One, two, mic test. 1, 2, mic testing. 1, 2, 1, 2, mic testing. One, two, mic testing. 1, 2, mic testing. Thank you.
Mama, hapo nitakuwa nimechora giza.
Tumeenda live ama bado?
Inua. Kupe boost. Chika. Idi. I think anajua vile amesema.
Hii ni channel A.
Kiongea.
Because it's different channels. Mpatia.
What? Zina hapo. Well, now onto the fourth heat of the men's 400 meters. In lane 1 we have a little bit of mix up there.
From lane number 2 we have Onesmas Chepkochoi from Central Lake. Lane number 3 Stanley Ndungu of Central. Lane number 4, the man to watch, George Mutinda, running for Kenya Police Service, but is
the universities.
Mount Kenya University. Lane number 5 we have Jared Momangi. Lane number 6 Lane number 7 Gilbert Nyamao, and lane number 8 we have Clinton Kimutai. The man to watch, as I explained earlier, is George Mutinda, running for Kenya Police in lane number 4.
Well, we've seen George Mutinda throughout the previous legs, a couple of 3 legs coming out very impressive, and you can see already perhaps we can say the National Police Service is eyeing him for a recruitment and a possible taking him into their team. Coach, what do you think?
Yes, I think so. Remember, number 5 we have Jared Momangi, who is former national champion in the 400 meters, and he also was in the team in the Wild Relays mixed 4x4 in 2019. So he's an experienced athlete, 35 years of age. He's best KDF, but today he's running for a different unit.
Well, the athletes are in set position and off they go.
Shindano limeanza maridadi kabisa. Clinton
the weather coach seems not to be very familiar with the sprinters.
We really don't want this kind of weather today.
Now we hope the sunny day that was there yesterday, we hope that it can continue to today. Well, everyone was running helter-skelter in the city. Well, you can see George Mutinda there taking the lead. George Mutinda is now on the lead in lane number 2. Lane number 3, sorry. George Mutinda. Coach, there is where George Mutinda runs. And George Mutinda is going to take it very easily, having opened a very, very big gap. George Mutinda wins in a time of 46.24 seconds.
So far it's the fastest from all the hits. 46.24 is the fastest time recorded this morning.
Yeah, he's equally posted a faster time, even faster than some of the seasoned athletes who've been here, others who've gone out to represent the country. So this is a man to watch with proper preparation, proper
George Mutinda of the Kenya Police Service wins that hit, followed by Jared Momangi. 46.23 seconds for George, 48.11 seconds for Jared Momangi. Remember, the cutoff mark into the semis is 46.50 seconds. But just in case we have not more than 16 people who have made it to the semis, then they will have to pull the top 16 to the semifinals.
Well, that hit was a very fast one, coach, and now we are off to hit number 5. The participants for hit number 5 have Victor Okelowino of National Youth Service, Elijah Nkware Matayo of Nyanza South, Alex Mosolo Mututa of Kenya Forest Service, Roger Zoimo Odhiambo of Eastern, Alan Kipyego of National Police Service, Kelvin Kipkurui of KWS, and Oscar Chomengala of Coast, and Joseph Chirchi.
The man to watch here is Alan Kipyego, who was part of the team that traveled in the World Relays. in China. He was part of the team and he has a personal best of 45.60 seconds, which he ran this year at the Kano Classic.
Alan has indeed had a good season so far.
Remember, Alan Kipiego runs for the Kenya Police Service and is a training partner to the world champion in the 800 meters, Mora, and also training partner to Abel Kipsang in the 1500 meters.
Well, as the athletes get into the set position, we expect to see all that vast experience from Alan come to play. Here at the Ulinzi Sports Complex.
Lane number 5, Alan Kipiego, so watch out for lane number 4.
Off we go.
Clean start from the athletes. Alan Kipiego negotiating the car, as you can see, and already is in the lead.
He has already taken the lead.
Roger Sauma is trailing him, really pushing. The two favorites, Alan Kipiego and Roger Sauma, showing his ears. Alan Kipiego is so relaxed in his running, as you can see, shoulders swinging, so relaxed. Now he's pumping his hands into the backstretch as Sauma struggles in second position.
I'm equally eager for that time because I know he's an equally faster hit, faster than the previous one. Oh my God, 47.
47.35 seconds.
It's even slower. It seemed so easy for him, coach. I didn't see him struggle much.
This is the hits. In the hits you just cruise. Remember they'll be running later on in the evening. So
you save your energy.
Saving your energy for the next round.
Well, that is the fourth heat that has just ended. We are now going to the sixth heat. That is the fifth heat. We're going to the sixth heat, and we have Isaiah Sayalel from the universities, Robert Sifuna from Western, David Sanayek from Prisons. David is also fresh from the national relays. He also took part in the mixed relays where Kenya also qualified for the World Championships. We have Donis Masika Mulongo of KDF, Kevin Joktan of National Youth Service, and Peace Wayaki of Nairobi.
Remember, the man to watch here is David Sanayek, who is a bronze medalist in the 4x4. He was part of Team Kenya that took the bronze medal in the 4x4 in a time of 3:13.10. He also has a silver in the Africa Championship in the 4x4 also in Douala, Cameroon.
Well, he
has a personal best time of 45.33 seconds, which is set last year 2024 of 45.33 seconds at Nyayo Stadium. Also, another man to watch there is Kevin Joktan from the NYS. Kevin Joktan is a 200 meter specialist, but today trying it out in the 400 meters.
He has a personal best of 22.17 in the 200 meters.
Yes. Let's wait and see. Maybe he's been saving it up for this. Isaiah, I know the lane number 1 is written here as Isaiah Sayalel, but I know another name. He's a Masai, Kishoya. He's Isaiah Kishoya. Running for the universities.
Maybe the ones who doing registration, they opted, you know, their names, if you call them person names.
Dennis Masika Mulongo, KDF.
It won't be full house coach. We only have 5 of them. Lane 8, lane 7, and lane 2 won't be having participants. The athletes are in set position. Off they go. A little bit of slipping down there of Isaiah Kishoyan. That might cost him some couple of seconds off because since I've slowed down and he's still training. We have Dennis Masika Mulongo now on the lead. However, we have Jackton in a position number 2 in the national youth service. Sanayek is now coming past the 200-meter mark, closing in the gap and almost taking the lead. However, the KDF man, Dennis Masika is still on the lead. Dennis Masika now leading onto the final stretch. David Masika. David Sanayek is now coming in, closing the gap. Almost overtaking him, but the KDF man, Dennis Masika, did not relent and has finished in position number 1 in a time of 46.73 seconds.
46.73.
David Sanayak beaten there by David Masika from the KDF. Remember, KDF are the reigning national champions, so every race counts. For them, every race counts. It doesn't matter it's the hits, the semis, or the final. And if you have a good performance from the KDF, you know what is in store for you is you get a higher rank. So everybody is gunning to get that promotion.
Well, on to hit number 7 now. We have Ivan Edilia from Nairobi, Kevin Kipkorir, born 1994 from Kenya Prisons, Theophilus Bahati of North Rift, Ekana Kipetich Chemilili of Kata, Okeng Solomon Ayala, who is a refugee, Hilary Kiplagat from Kenya Defense Forces, Shadrach Ongige of Nyanza North, and Jairus Geta, and just to big up time trainings for ensuring that the events that are happening here today are up to world standard qualification time, coach. They're doing a good job, and they have been working with Athletics Kenya all through the season.
Yes, of course. We won't be here without the time tronics. They are making sure that all these times are electronic, digital times, not hand times, digital times, and every time here will count in your profile, in an athlete's profile. So, good job, Timetronics, the likes of Morgan and their team. Thank you very much for the feed also.
Yeah, also for Athletics Kenya and their leadership and the stewardship of Lieutenant retired General Tulei, as well as our colleagues here, the Athletics Kenya media team, for ensuring that the viewers get up to speed and real time of what's happening here at the Ulinzi Sports Complex. Coach, the weather, I can see people seem to be folded inwards.
Na vilevile Lenia na Jairus Ogeta. Hao ndio watashiriki kwenye tujo huu wa mita 400. Tujo wa 7 na wa mwisho.
The 7th and the last hit of the 400 meters flag. The lanes to watch: lane number 4, Elkana Chemilil; lane number 5, lane number 6, Hilary Kiplagat; and of course Kevin Kipkorir, who had the fastest time this year before the Kipkeno Classic. Just joined the Kenya Prison Service, the new recruit. Lane number 2, lane number 6, lane number 4.
Off they go.
As you can see, Kevin Kipkorir in lane number 2, just zooming in on the from Kevin Kipkorir in the bright orange shoes. Just relax.
It seems to be easy for him
down his competitors.
Past the 200-meter mark, he seems to be taking the lead. He is now on the lead. Kevin Kipkorir, full of stamina. His stature is still up, and Kevin Kipkorir is now on the lead. Kevin Kipkorir from the National Prison Service. They just back from the world release in a time of 46.83 seconds.
Basi mwenzangu, nakukaribisha kwa moyo mkunjufu Najua sasa mita 10,000 iko tayari kwa kina dada.
...22 athletes in this final, and from your screens they are divided into two groups, two sets.
Off they go.
Of the goals at the start. The first group will have to maintain in their lane, outside lane, until about 120 meters. Then they'll cut in and join the rest of the participants. 25 laps in this event.
To be jogging.
Even assist our technical officials. I know KCB. KCB tafadhali. And save this. So once again,
10,000 meters.
10,000 meters finals.
24 laps to go. They're just crossing in.
10,000 meters finals.
It is the 10,000 meters movement time. Laps to go now.
Already 4 laps have lapsed. Seems to be a very slow race to do. Perhaps the weather is not in their favor. Very slow. Though we can see coach they've started to separate. You can see there's a leading pack and there are like 5 athletes who are trailing behind. And this is the name we expect to see this as the race proceeds into the laps.
It's a very chilly morning in Nairobi.
As you can see on your screens, some showers there. The skies have decided to open up here the Ulinzi Sports Complex. However, that notwithstanding, the athletes are not relenting. Vina hii kwa unaingia hapo mwambie but hata yangu ishaanza kumulika beti.
Right, in the marathon, in the women only marathon.
New York 2024, winner of New York Marathon 2024.
and went across to Japan and won another amazing race. Sheila Chapirui came here, the tall lady there in fourth position now. Rebecca Mwangi Prisons, second position.
Sheila has gone to fourth position. Seems to have slowed down a little bit. But perhaps that could just be a technique. She still looks strong.
There we go, my friend. Komboka is in position 3. Komboka is in position number 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Komboka.
Kenya Prison Service is still on the lead. Lois Chemining and the duo of Lois Chemining and Rebecca Mwangi.
I expected the KDM here to be dominating here. But now, Prison, they're just neighbors here. So once again, let's appreciate these champions.
And the duo are opening the gap.
Absolutely tonight.
Kenya Prisons have decided to take the bull by the horns and just go out all out and ban everybody else out. Lois Chemining and Stacy Ndura. Lois Chemining and Rebecca Mwangi.
These are 16 laps to go. You can see Lois now opening up. The gap between Lois and Rebecca, her competitor from the prison service, is now widening up.
It seems there's another split again.
Yeah.
Very big split right now. From
Lois, I can even hear from the announcing booth, some of the fans are cheering her up. She seems to be the favorite. All factors held constant. With 10 more laps to go, coach. Lois Chemining from the Kenya Prison Service has taken the lead, having opened a very big gap with Rebecca Mwangi in second. However, we have Gladys from Kenya Defence Forces in second position. A close tie with Rebecca of Kenya Prison Service. There you can see Lois looking behind just to see where her colleagues are and how big she has opened the gap. That is Lois there on the lead from Kenya Prisons. Lois Chemini is on the lead from the Kenya prisons. Indeed, very chilly.
DAY1 ndio nata sauti. We are here at the Ulinzi Sports Complex. We are right now the 10,000 meter is going on. They are having 2 laps to go, and we are shortly we'll be speaking with the winner.
The final lap of the 10,000 meters for the women. Remember, this is a straight final. We have Lois Chemining of the Kenya Prison Service onto the final stretch there. The sounded. Lois assistant over this race, leading from the first lap all through, and indeed she won it easily in a time of 31 minutes 39.11 seconds. 31 minutes 39.11 seconds. The winner of the race is Lois Chemining of the Kenya Prison Service. The crowd seems to be erupting here at the Ulinzi Sports Complex, because remember, there is a duel for second position between Kenya forces being the hosts here at the Ulinzi Sports Complex. That was erupting because there was a home team who are looking for the home advantage. And we had the prisons team who was looking to see their compatriots win, though she's coming. Rebecca Mwangi has finished number 3. Despite all that, sports has to continue. People have to take part in the races. Earlier on, we had heats for the men 400 meters and the women in 400 meters that took place when the program started early in the morning. Remember, this is Athletics Kenya National Championships being held here at the Ulinzi Sports Complex. This is DAY1 event.
Thank you so much. I'm here at the Ulinzi Sports Complex. That was the 10,000 meters final. My name is Charity Wanja. I'll be taking you over. We'll be talking with number 1. Kwa majina unaitwa nani?
Naitwa Lois Chemining.
Lois, leo weather imekuwa kali kidogo. Imekuwa affect, maybe umepata target time unataka?
Yeah, sio mbaya. Tulikuwa tunataka 32:25, but nashukuru Mungu, I think nimekimbia 31. I'm not sure, but I think 31. Yeah.
Aya, now going forward, tutaangalia nini juu sababu trials bado zinakuja?
Yeah, I'm looking forward kukucha trials. then tukuje tujaribu tuone way forward.
Okay, thank you so much. I'll also be talking to number 2. Kwa majina unaitwa nani?
Kwa majina naitwa Cynthia Chapngena.
Cynthia, hapa nyumbani, tuko nyumbani kwenu, umeweza kukua kwa among the podium finishers. Performance yako imekuwa vile ulikuwa unatarajia?
Haichakuwa vile nilikuwa natarajia kwa sababu ya weather ya leo. Sijazoea kukimbia na mvua, lakini nashukuru Mungu nimeweza kuingia podium.
So pengine ni nini umeona unafaa kuimprove?
Nitaenda kuimprove part ya speed.
Okay, all the best and congratulations. I'm also joined here by number 3. Pole sana kwa weather. Una feel aje?
Na feel poa. But today weather ilikuwa mbaya, si kama last time. So and I thank God nimekuja position 3. Yeah.
So vile umekimbia leo, ni nini haswa unaona pengine unaweza improve?
Kwa hakuna bali niko baya. Weather tu ndio ilikuwa baya. So mwili haiko ina react kama last time. Okay. Yeah, but leo nime improve time. Si kama venye nilikuwa nimekimbia last time. Yeah.
Na umeshakimbia tena another weekend meet, ndio? So ukilinganisha performance unaonaje?
Yeah, performance ya leo imekuja sawa. Juu nimekimbia 32:21. Last time nilikuwa nimekimbia 32:46. Okay. Yeah, naona niko na improvement sana. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Those ones were our number 1 and 2, 3 finishers in the 10,000 meters. I'll take you back to Hillary and Victor Ogale as we continue with the next race. Apologies, the weather is a bit rainy here, but the action must go on.
Well, there was the podium finishers. Those were the podium finishers there. You can see on your screens there, fans having a jig there at the Ulinzi Sports Complex. Indeed, we've had from Rebecca Mwangi. She's thankful that she managed to finish in position number 3 in the 10,000 meters, speaking with a lot of same meaning who was the first place finisher. Every athlete is looking forward to having used this race as a build-up for forthcoming race. Coach.
Thank you very much, Victor. Just to apologize to our viewers, but I think being sorted part of the problem. But in a few minutes we'll have the sound 100%. Sorry, viewers, but thank you very much for tuning in.
And equally, thank you for the. We do not take your views for granted and recommendations. And indeed here at Athletics Kenya, we learn from every meet, and we are going to. Thank you so much for your feedback and for your criticism as well. Coach, the weather seems to be another topic on its own. It seems to be another race on its own.
We're racing against the weather now, Victor. It's too bad. We are not enjoying this.
Someone was asking, why didn't the sun that we had yesterday, why is it not there today? I mean, it's beyond us. Some of these things are scientific, and for Christians they'll say it's something for God to decide. It's not for we as humans to decide. And they say perhaps there yesterday ought to have been there today.
As you can see, Victor, the fans are really trying to make this a memorable day, but for the athletes, this national will not be memorable for the good performance. We really need a change of this weather.
They seem to be having a jig, perhaps as a way of cheering up themselves and hitting up their bodies, or perhaps cheering up their compatriots who could be racing now. We have the 100 meters heptathlon in service. There you can see the prisons team escorting the winners, celebrating there on track. That is Lois Chemingling, doing the lap of honor together with the third place finisher, that is Rebecca Mwangi, and some of the coaches and perhaps the technical staff of the Kenya Prisons athletics team.
You know, as per now, Prisons is leading with 1 gold medal and 1 bronze medal. So they are celebrating. Remember, this is a championship. It is, whatever matters is the medals. How many goals are you going to get at the end of the day? So Prisons right now is leading with 1 gold medal.
The table standings there, the people at the time. So the athletes for the ADF, as well as Sally Chepkos. They have 4 athletes on the blocks, ready for takeoff position. There they go.
The heptathlon, they're taking part in
Susan Murray seems to be having some issues there. Sally Chepkos Gay crosses it easily, coach. She didn't seem to struggle at all. It was very, very, very easy for her. Sorry, that is Maureen Wafula leading from gun to tape. There you have all the 4 athletes of the 100 meters hurdles, that is in the heptathlon. You can see there Susan Murray had some delays leaving the blocks and also limping through the hurdles. And you have a 1-2 position finish for Prisons, that is Maureen Wafula being followed closely by Sally Chepkos.
Victor, remember hepta, like I said earlier, it's 7 events, not 6 events. Hepta is from the Greek word. It's they take part in 7 events. So they take part in 100 meters, the high jump, shot put, 200 meters, long jump, javelin, and 800 meters.
800 meters.
So in the running is 100 meters hurdles, 200 and 800 meters. Then in the field events is high jump, shot put, long jump, and javelin. Remember, when you get disqualified in one event, you get disqualified in the subsequent. So you can't continue when you get a direct DQ in one. And you have to take part in all the 7 events. You can't choose the number of events that you want to take part in. So it's not a matter of choice. It's a matter of principle. It's 7. You have to take part in 7 to make it an hepta event.
So equally, discipline and soberness is equally required here. For the men's, we have Godwin Ocheng, we have William Bevy of KDF, Emmanuel Okes of NYS, Newton Kipngetich, Clement Kiplagat, Benedict Nzisa, and Kipkori Rotich of the National Police Service. This is the men's 100 meters hurdles. This is semifinals, heat number 1.
Alan, hii saundi yangu iko chini.
On your screens is the 100 meters hurdles for the women. 100 meters hurdle women, semi-final 1. Plains DAF and police. DAF Kenya police. For photo finish there between the KDF athlete and Kenya Police. Filian Kerubo finishing in the top 2 positions of the 100 meters hurdles semi-final 1. Remember, Filian Kerubo is a new entrant in this event. She's taking part in the 100 meters hurdles for the first time this year, and she's put a clean bill of herself. Veronica
There we have replay about this. But some of the techniques are missing in this. That explains why we have position 1 and 2.
In semi-final number 2, we'll have Salome Kemuma in lane number 2, Ann Kandi in lane number 3. Priscilla Nasimu, who is just back from a doping violation, will be in lane number 4. In lane number 5, we'll have the experience. Number 6 will
off the goals, off the blocks. Start fast. The National Prison Service in the lead, taking it easily, jumping with ease onto the finish line. She has crossed. Priscilla Simi of KGF coming in position 2.
The Kenya Prisons winning that semi-final. Bib number 653. Remember, Gladys Ngure is also an experienced athlete, very experienced from the Kenya Prisons, and that was a very good technical run from her.
Priscilla Simi of Kenya Defense Forces was in position 2. There seems to be a lot of rivalry and competitiveness coach today between KDF and the Kenya Prisons.
Yes, of course, this is a championship. Like I told you before, whatever matters is the positions. How many, not about the time, but how many gold medals will you get at the end of the day? That is all that matters in this championship, 2-day championship.
And, so far we've seen men's competition between the 2 teams of Kenya Defense Forces and the Kenya Prisons. People still a little bit green, not as jovial, themselves a big screen, trying to win.
That's the university team, my former team. That is universities. As we move to the next event in this chilly Nairobi weather, we move to the longer hurdles, in the 110 meters hurdles for the men. Remember, women take part in the 100 meters, men take part in 110 meters hurdles. In the 100 meters hurdles for the women, the distance between the first hurdle is 5.72 meters between and the starting point. About all the 2 events, you will take 7 to 8 steps to the first hurdle.
Some notable friends there. Whether everyone is in a Marvin, everyone is in a jacket and a cape. And some people seem to be very amazed to see themselves on the big screen. Big up to Athletics Kenya media team and production team behind the camera. Namesake Victor for ensuring that some of these guys see themselves on the screen.
On your screen there you can see is Joan Cherono and the help are the very of the fans. Then we have Reynold Cheriot, also I can see him among the crowd members. And then as the cameraman pans out to the university team again.
I remember when we had the second meet in Thika, a lot we said about the university's team and how they are coming up. And when the athletics meet started to where we are in the season. What do you say about them? Are there points that perhaps these athletes have learned? Or
people have meetings.
Heat number 1, that is a semi-final. We have Godin Ochieng of Kati, William Bailey of KGF, Emmanuel Lefesa Wanjala of NYS, Newton Kipngetich of Police, Clement Kiplagat of Southwest, Benedict Nzina of Southern, and Kip of the National Police Service, starting their next E-plus for paramedics offering first aid service that will be needed here at the Ulinzi Sports Complex.
William Bebe is a very experienced athlete in this semi-final, and also keep heavy and keep Rotich. Also not forgetting Newton Kipngetich of the Kenya Police. Those are the participants of your 110 meters hurdle semi-final 1. 7 athletes have turned up for this event. 3, Clement Kipngetich, Newton Kipngetich, Emmanuel Lekesa, Godwin Ochieng, Benedict Nzina, and Kip Kipngetich. Participants.
We'll wait for the start of the first semi-final of the 110 meters hurdles for the men. We're also looking for but I didn't know sikujua kama umeenda kuangalia athletes.
men. Clean start there from the athletes, no false start.
Off the blocks, but there seems to be some delay.
William Bevy, of course, in the lead, turning up well as he runs, clears the hurdles. Not a very good technique, but he runs through to win that semi-final. William Bevy wins the first semi-final of the men 110 meters hurdles. Not a good start, not a good technically sound race, but it's a championship.
Technique seems to be favoring some athletes here and not favoring others, because from the first hurdle coach we could easily tell that who was going to win, who was going to fail back. The blunders you make at the first hurdle will affect you dearly. Next we shall have the second semi-final, the 110 meter hurdles. The 110 meter hurdles for the men. As they set their blocks there. So we have Michael Yosioka Nzuku of KTF, Weissman Werem of PD. Samuel Newton Prisons, Collins Hill of South Newton, Edwin Kuchumba. So Weissman Werem
100 meters women on your screens now, right now. 100 meters women, heat number 1. In lane number 1, we'll have Lois Morara from the Kenya Defence Forces. Lane number 2, Monica Safania. Lane number 3, Lois Kambi. Lane number 4, Mercy Obiro. Lane number 5, Charlene Omar. Lane number 6, Grace Omondi. And in lane number 7, we'll have Jacqueline Adoyo. The lanes to watch: lane number 1, Lois Morara. And lane number 2, Monica Safania. 2 experienced athletes who've made it to Team Kenya. Remember, Monica Safania has been to the African Championship in Douala, Cameroon, and a member of the Kenya Police Service. Lois Marara, Monica Safania, Lois Kambi, Mercy Obieros, Charlene Omondi, and Jacqueline Adoyo will be taking part in that heat number 1 of the women 100 meters hits. Lanes to watch: Lois Morara and Monica Safania, 2 very experienced athletes. Lois Morara and Monica Safania, lane number 1 and lane number 2. Good start from Monica Safania and Lois Morara as they move for the top 2 positions. As I said earlier, those are the 2 favorites, though Monica Safania is really struggling to maintain the second position. Lois Morara wins it easy in that first heat of the women 100 meters. Lois Morara is from the Kenya Defence Forces, while Monica Safania is from the Kenya Police Service. On your screens, 604 is Monica Safania, 247 is Lois Morara. As you can see the replay, Morara just swinging her arms quite easily and moving smoothly as Monica Safania struggles to keep the second position. In third position was the athlete from Nyanza, Grace Omondi. As we move to the second heat of the women 100 meters. In lane number 1, we'll have Eunice Kadogo, who is the most experienced athlete among the 2. She is a silver medalist at the African Championship. We have Stella Nzuku in lane number 2. We'll have Brivina Nelima in lane number 3. Lane number 4, we'll have Teresia Ngima. Lane number 5, we'll have Eunice Wonge. Lane number 6, Winnie Awino. And lane number 7, we'll have Yvonne Alivithi Otunga, who also took part in the 400 meters flat earlier in the morning. From the results, Lois Morara winning it in 12.18 seconds, Monica Safania in 12.43 seconds, and in third position was Jacqueline Adoyo of Nyanza, 13.08 seconds. Priviana Lima, lane number 3. Lane number 4, Teresia Ngima, representing Central. Omolwada Eunice Wonge, representing the Coast. In lane number 6, we'll have Winnie Awino, representing the Nyanza South. Yvonne Otunga, representing universities, in lane number 7. as they line up in the 100 meters. Hit number 2. Women 100 meters. Hit number 2. Remember, all the athletes' feet need to be planted on the starting blocks. You can't come out of the blocks with just one pad on the block. You have to step on both pads. And I think that is what the officials are clarifying to the athletes, that you have to have both feet placed on the pads. As they go on their knees, remember, your favorite is Eunice Kadogo running in lane number 1. Clean start there from the athletes. Eunice Kadogo goes straight to the lead. Kadogo running so smoothly at the front, being followed closely by Brivian Nelima. Eunice Kadogo wins that hit 1 of the women 100 meters. Eunice Kadogo on your screens, bib number 570 wins that hit, being followed by Brivian Nelima of Kati. Check your sound, check. Eunice Kadogo running cleanly to win it so easily. 12.23 seconds, unofficial time. 12.23 seconds, unofficial time. Hit number 3. Lane number 1, we love Delisha Etiang. Lane number 2, Viona Wangari. Lane number 3, Mary Sophia. Lane number 4, Tracy Award. Lane number 5, Edith Chepkemoi. Lane number 6, Brenda Masisa. And lane number 7, we love Faith Chelangat. That's Brenda Masisa of the Kenya Defense Forces in bib number 640, running in lane number 6. In lane number 7, we'll have Faith Chelangat of Southern. Hot favorites, Delisha Atiang in lane number 1 and Brenda Matsitsa of the Kenya Prisons in lane number 6. Those are the favorites, Delisha Etiang and Brenda Masitsa. KDF and the Kenya Prisons. Clean start from the athletes. Brenda Masitsa comes out fast from the blocks, but Delisha Atiang swings her hand so vigorously to take the lead. Hot favorites, Delisha Atiang and Brenda Masitsa in the first 2 positions. Third was Mary Sophia of Kati. Top 3 positions, Kenya Defense Forces from Delisha Atiang, Brenda Masitsa of the Kenya Prisons, and Mary Sophia of Kati in the top 3 positions. The events are coming in quite fast. at the Ulinzi Sports Complex as we move to the heat number 4 of the women 100 meters. On your screens is the athletes from heat number 4. Stacy Obonyo, Edna Ogendi, Caroline Mwende, Faith Nzuna, Selfa Ajiambo, Esther Mbagari, and Mwajuma Ambani. Edna Ogendi lining up in lane number 2. Employed by the Kenya Prison Service, but today running for Eastern. Lane number 3, we have Caroline Mwende from Coast. Lane number 4, Faith Mbeti Nzuna. Lane number 5, Selfa Jambo, sponsored by the Kenya Academy of Sports under the Talanta Hela. 6, Esther Bagari, who is the national champion and coming to defend her title. And lane number 7, we have Mwajuma Ambani. Esther Bagari is the national champion and also this year started the 400 meters and was part of the Kenya team that traveled to the World Relays in China. On your screens is Selfa Jambo, who is sponsored by the Kenya Academy of Sports. Lane number 6 is your national champion, defending champion, Esther Bagari. Lane number 7, Mwajuma Ambani from Western. Quite a chilly morning here at the Ulinzi Sports Complex. It's been raining since 6 a.m. Six athletes lining up. Esther Bagari, the one to watch, but of course, that is a false start coming from one of the athletes. Remember, there is a false start and a faulty start. A false start is the mistake of the athlete. And when a faulty start is recorded, it means there's a red card that is going to be issued. When it is a faulty start, we'll have a green card being issued to all the athletes. False start is the mistake of the athlete. Faulty start is mistake from the machines. Remember, in all these two starts, only one is a straight red card, and that is a false start. Lane number 3 is issued a red card. Caroline Mwende exits the championship straight to the showers due to that false start. Caroline Mwende gets a straight red. That is a false start. So we are left with 5 athletes in this heat 3 of the women 100 meters. Heat number 4, women 100 meters. Edna Ogendi, Faith Nzuna, Selfa Jambo, Esther Mbagari, and Mwajuma Ambani. Clean start there from the athletes. Esther Mbagari goes straight away to the lead. Esther Mbagari, Edna Ogendi, and Selfa Jambo. Esther Mbagari wins that heat cleanly, pulling away from the rest. Edna Ogendi comes in second and Selfa Ajiambo comes in third. Esther Mbagari wins that heat of the women 100 meters. Heat number 4 of the women 100 meters. Remember, Esther Mbagari is the defending 100 meters and 200 meters national champion. Part of the team that traveled to the World Relays. As we watch the replay of how things unfolded. Lane number 6, Esther Mbagari. She's built even differently from the rest of the participants. As you can see, heavily built as compared to the rest. Really gone to the gym and worked out her muscles. Proper running forms. Upright, swinging her arms and striding. being followed there by Edna Ogendi and Selfa Ajiambo in the top 3 positions. And we move to the last heat of the women 100 meters. In lane number 2, we'll be having the favorite, Doreen Waka, running for the Kenya Prisons. In that heat number 5, in lane number 1, we'll have Faith Bukachi of the Kenya Defence Forces, Doreen Waka of the Kenya Police, Jacinta Nyambura of Central, Lucia Williams of South Sudan, not Southern, South Sudan. She's an Olympian. Lane number 5, Yvonne Mwangala, and lane number 6, Mevin Kerubo. Lucia William was the hot favorite in this heat, and so is Doreen Waka. So we'll have to look at lane number 2, Doreen Waka and Lucia William, Kenya Police and South Sudan. Remember, Lucia William is an Olympian, having come from the last Olympics, representing South Sudan. That is Doreen Waka, favorite. Jacinta Nyambura, Central. And that is your Olympian, Lucia William Morris, representing South Sudan. Lane number 5, Yvonne Mwangala, representing the Kenya Prisons, just recently recruited by the Kenya Prisons. And Mevin Kerubo. Mevin Kerubo is the youngest in the field, born in the year 2009 in lane number 6. Remember, lane number 7 is from Nyanza also. Lane number 7, Nyanza North. Lane number 2, Esther Mbagari, and lane number 4, Lucia William. Those are the hot favorites in this heat. The athletes will have to get back to their blocks and see, is it a false start or a faulty start? Remember, false start, straight red. Faulty start, green card will be issued. Seven athletes listed in that heat. That was clearly a faulty start. That's why nobody has been issued with a red card. So that was a faulty start. Doreen Waka in lane number 2. And lane number 4, Lucia William. Those are the hot favorites as we wait for the gun. Clean start from the athletes. Doreen Waka pushes in the lead. Striding, pulling away from the crowd. Doreen Waka winning that hit. .44 seconds, unofficial time. Lucia Williams feeling dejected after that race. You can see it on her face. She isn't really happy about her performance. Remember, these are the Kenya Nationals Championships 2025. In the 100 meters, you blink and you're gone. You blink and you become second. You blink, you become third. You blink, you become fourth. So it's all about running from start to finish and pushing to be in the top positions. Doreen Walker wins that hit cleanly from the rest of the field. Running for the Kenya Police Force, Kenya Police Service. Nyanza North second and Kenya Prisons Mwangala coming in third. One of your favorites from the Olympics, Lucia, finishing in distance fifth. We'll move to the men 100 meters. Hit number 1, we'll have Brandon Gichuki. Lane number 2, we'll have Jackson Sifa. Lane number 3, we'll have Tyson Juma. Lane number 4, we'll have Charles Nyamoya. Lane number 5, Joshua Namba. Lane number 6, Steve Okumu. Lane number 7, Brilliant Cherotich. And lane number 8, the young Ryan Mwakisha Muikamba from Coast. The hot favorite in this one will be Tyson Omondi Juma running for Eastern in lane number 3. Tyson Juma, Charles Namoya. Lane number 3 and lanes number 4. 3 and 4. Those are the lanes to watch. Lane number 3, Tyson Juma. Lane number 4, Charles Nyamoya. Those are the clear favorites in this hit 1 of the men 100 meters. Clean start from the athletes. Tyson Juma comes out fast in that with a very good acceleration, pushes to the front, being followed by Charles Nyamoya. Eastern and Nairobi. Tyson Juma wins it in a time of 10.67 seconds, unofficial time. Tyson Juma wins that in a time of 10.67 seconds, unofficial time. Remember, Tyson Juma was also part of the team that traveled to Uganda for the Akibua Memorial, where he came in second just behind Meshak Babu. In Uganda, he ran a time of 10.41 seconds. That is on your screens. Tyson Juma, bib number 127, the winner of that first hit of the men 100 meters. As we watch the replay of that 100 meters hit, lane number 8 is Ryan Mwakisha running for Coast. Tyson Juma, they are in the lead, just pushed away from the start. Ran so cleanly, striding his way off the blocks. Winning that one in a time of 10.67 seconds, unofficial time. Tyson Omondi Juma. We move to heat number 2 of the men 100 meters. In lane number 1, we'll have Dennis Mwai of Kenya Police. Lane number 2, John Duria Daudi. Lane number 3, Peter Opio. Lane number 4, Tony Simiyu. Lane number 5, Collins Komutai. Lane number 6, Stephen Oyuga Owaga. Lane number 7, Clinton Aluvi. And lane number 8, Betson Kahesi Louise. Beston Kahesi Louise coming all the way from Tanzania to take part in this championship. In this heat, we have 2 young men, the future of Kenya sprinting. Dennis Mwai running in lane number 1 and Clinton Aluvi will be running in lane number 7. Dennis Mwai of Kenya Police and Clinton Aluvi also of Kenya Police. On your screens, bib number 710, Collins Kemutai. Lane number 6, Stephen Oyuga Owaga. Lane number 7, Clinton Aluvi, just fresh from winning the under-20 trials that was held in Afra Stadium last week. Clear favorite in the absence of Dennis Mwai is Clinton Aluvi, fresh from winning the under-20 trials just last week. Lane number 7. He ran a time of 10.53 just last week. What time will he post today? Clinton Aluvi, lane number 7. I foresee a false start in that hit. That will be a false start. Highly likely that is a false start. But at the moment, all athletes are just waiting for the officials. And a red card is issued. A red card is issued for lane number 5, Collins Komutai. Collins Komutai gets the straight red from the officials as he takes Jesawa. In lane number 1, wait for lane number 7, Clinton Aluvi. Clean start from the athletes. Not a good start from Clinton, but he comes in running very fast. Clinton Aluvi wins that one in a time of 10.61 seconds. Clinton Aluvi, 10.61 seconds. Winner of that, running for the Kenya Police. Just fresh from winning the under-20 trials that was held in Afra Stadium in a time of 10.53. Today he posts a time of 10.61 seconds in the hits. Clinton Aluvi, the future of Kenyan sprinting. Clinton Aluvi pulled away from the rest of his from his opponents as to win that hit. As we move to hit number 3, where in lane number 1 we'll have Onesmus Yoka, lane number 2 Maxwell Chingiri, lane number 3 Innocent Kadima, lane number 4 Shadrach Wasilwa, lane number 5 Richie Moenya, lane number 6 Ferdinand Omanyala. The African record holder, lane number 7, Jacob Ajang, and lane number 8, Eric Jabuto. Of course, the man to watch is lane number 6, Ferdinand Omanyala. African record holder, Olympian, World Championship, silver medalist. On your screens, 5'7" Ferdinand Omanyala, running for the Kenya Police. Omanyala just cut short his European trip, just to run the nationals. He'll be taking part in the 100 meters and the 200 meters in this championship. 5'7" Ferdinand Omanyala. Let's see what he has in stock for his fans here in Kenya. Lining up in lane number 6. All eyes will be on the man on your screens in lane number 6, Ferdinand Omanyala, the African record holder in a time of 9.77 seconds, running for the Kenya Police. Remember, he's not just running for the Kenya Police, but he is a policeman stationed at the DCI. That is Innocent Kadima running for Nairobi. Maxwell Chigiri running for Kati. And in lane number 1, there we'll have Onesmus Zioka running for Central. 100 meters men, hit number 3. The man to watch, lane number 6, Ferdinand Omanyala. Karibu sana Victor. I think that's a false start or a faulty start. Lane number 4, Shadrach Wasilwa from Nairobi. Shadrach Wasilwa of Nairobi gets the marching orders.
Disappointing way to start the day.
Clean start there. Omanyala takes the front. An early lead for Ferdinand Omanyala. And he's so serious about running this time. Omanyala, the obvious winner for this hit.
Acknowledging his prowess over the distance.
And he pulls out all his stickers from his body. With all due respect to the athletes, Omanyala is just a class apart from that field. Standout athlete. As the officials go to greet him, that is Morgan from the Timetronics, just telling him, good run. He wins it in a time of 10.27 seconds.
How he got off the blocks and decided to take it out all by himself, leading from gun to tape. You can look at the other athletes trying to, gnashing their teeth, trying to catch up, but the gap was too big for them to close it.
That's about 10-meter gap. 10-meter gap, Omanyala and the rest of the field. As we move to the heat number 4 of the men 100 meters, in lane number 1 will be having Ben Wanyonyi, lane number 2 Victor Baraka, lane number 3 Simon Buru, lane number 4 Brian Okoth, lane number 5 Moses Wasike running for the Kenya Police, lane number 6 David Chege running for Southern, lane number 7 Jonathan Kialo, and lane number 8 Abdi Omar running for Northeastern region. Yes. Not
encountered since the events began for that particular part of the country.
Sure is the first from Northeastern, and today David Chege versus Moses Wasike. Lane number 5 Moses Wasike will be racing against the rest of the field. Remember, in lane the 497 Brian Okoth is just fresh from being second at the World Under 20 trials. And of course, the lanes to watch: Brian Okoth, lane number 4, Moses Wasike, lane number 5, and David Chege, lane number 6. The lanes to watch: lane number 4, 5, and 6, Brian Okoth, Moses Wasike, and David Chege. Clean start there from the athletes, and Moses Wasike runs straight away to the lead. Brian Okoth takes over. Moses Wasike comes and takes again the mantle. It's Wasike and Okoth winning in top 2 positions. I know you're an advocate of tapping talent from the grassroots.
I sort of have a thing for people from that particular part of the country because I know the hardship that these people face. And indeed, I really want to hear the story now, perhaps just sharing the changing room, rather than dressing room with the likes of Manyala, the big name. How does it feel for literary inspiration? But at least he did overtake someone. He did not finish as the last person in the seat.
Did he?
Yes, he came in position 7.
As we move to, as you can see there on your screens, Wasike winning it not easily, but close finish between Brian Okoth, who was just fresh from being second at the World Under 20 trials.
Alex Masharia Kariuki of NYS and Kara Sabili Teacher of Prisons, F.M. Musiki, Eastern and Anthony Zonia. Coming in second from Nyanza South.
I can see Abdi beat an athlete from Southern, Jonathan Chalo. On your screens is Sabila from Prisons. Bib number 112, Efi Musemvi from Eastern. Lane number 8, we have Anthony Nzomo. Clean favorite here is Sabila and Justin Isaboke. Lane number 3 and lane number 6. Those are the lanes to watch. The hot favorites for this hit number 5 of the men 100 meters. Lane number 3 and lane number 6. Will it be Isaboke or will it be Sabila? KDF or Prisons? Actually, Victor, last week I was giving a preview of just a tidbit of how to set up the blocks. You need to stand facing your back, facing the finishing line. Back against the finishing line. Then just put one foot, then place your block. Then another foot, place your front pad, 3 feet from the line, put your hind pad. As we can see there's a red card for a guy from Northeastern. That is a red card for Adam Moge from Northeastern. Isaboke pulls away from the rest of the field as Sabila closes it in 10.71 seconds from Justin Isaboke from KDF. No, that is deceleration, Victor. You might say they're slowing down, but it's proper deceleration. There's nothing they can do there. The body is just giving in. Isaboke on your screens. 242, Justin Isaboke of Kenya Defense Forces, winning that heat of the men 100 meters.
Well, indeed, the heat has just ended. In heat number 6, that should be coming in shortly. It will also be full house. We'll have 8 athletes. Ben Ryan from the United Kingdom, Evans Makecho from Western, Martin Juma of Prisons, Elijah Makini, Jared Kipngeno of the universities, Isaac Omurwa from the universities, who is a brother to Ferdinand Omanyala and a favorite to win this, Meshak Babu from Kenya Defense Forces, and Abubakar Chombo Saida from Coast. So both Meshak Babu in lane number 2 and Isaac Omurwa are the favorites for this heat. This is heat number 6.
This is a star-studded. This is a star-studded 100-meter hit. We have Isaac Omuro, brother to Ferdinand of Omanyala. We have Martin Juma And we have Meshak Babu. Lanes to watch. Lane number 2, Meshak Babu. Lane number 3, Isaac Omurwa. And lane number 6, Martin Juma. And remember, in lane number 5, we have Elijah McKinney, who will start from a standing position, abled differently. Para-athlete in lane number 5. Clean start there from the athletes. Meshak Babu powers away from the rest of the field as he pulls away from Isaac Omurwa, who is coming in second, and Martin Juma comes in third, in that order. As I said earlier, those are the lanes to watch. Meshak Babu wins it in a time of 10.35 seconds, unofficial time. Meshak Kisubuli Babu of the Kenya Defence Forces, bib number 256, wins it. In second is Isaac Omurwa, brother to Ferdinand Omanyala, running for universities in bib number 789. And in third was Martin Juma of the Kenya Prisons. On your screens is Meshak Babu, just fresh from winning the Akibua Memorial Race in Uganda in a time of 10.38 seconds. He ran in Akibua Memorial in Uganda and wins it here at the Ulinzi complex. Hit number 6 of the men, 100 meters. Hit number 7 of the men, 100 meters. Lane number 1 will have Simani Rigao. Lane number 2, Salat Denge Halkano. Lane number 3, Steve Odhiambo Onyango. Lane number 4, Yusuf Mohammed. Lane number 5, Emmanuel Ndochi. Lane number 6, Hesbon Ocheng. Lane number 7, Jamal Makrakin. And lane number 8, Emmanuel Wekesa. Lane number 1, Simani. Lane number 3, Stephen Onyango. Lane number 6, Hesbon Ocheng. Quite packed for a hit of 100 meters. Bib number 1, 2, 3 is from Eastern, Salat Denge Halkano.
Most probably Isiolo, Marsabit County. Going by the names here, should be most probably from Isiolo or Marsabit counties. As well as lane number 4, you have Yusuf Mohammed, also from Northeastern. As I said, Coach, someone who believes in giving someone a chance. I was also given a chance some point in my life. So when I see such lads from those areas, especially in the sprints, to me is a very positive thing.
Simani Regao, Salat Denge, Stephen Odhiambo Nyango, Yusuf Mohammed, Emmanuel Ndochi, Hesbon Ocheng, Jamal McCrane, and Emmanuel Wekesa. Lanes to watch. Lane number 1, Simani Regao. Lane number 3, Steve Odhiambo. Lane number 6, Hesbon Ocheng. Who will it be? Will it be Hesbon Ocheng or Stephen Onyango? Clean start there from the athletes. Quite a powerful start from Simani Regao in lane number 1 and Stephen Onyango. As predicted, the top 3 positions, Stephen Onyango, Hesbon Ocheng, and Simani Regao. Quite a good start from the young lad, Simani Regao, there in lane number 1, as he challenges the favorite, Stephen Onyango from the Kenya Defence Forces. Remember, Stephen Onyango is part of the Kenya team that qualified for the World Championships. He ran in China. He anchored the 4x100 meters team. And that team qualified for the World Championship. On your screen is Steve Onyango from the Kenya Defence Forces. 289. He anchored the Kenya team to the World Championship. Running also with Hesbon Babu, who ran the curve, and Omanyala, who was on the stretch, as Boniface Mweresa started that race. As you can see, the replays quite a clean acceleration from Simani Regao as he pulled away from Stephen Onyango. And then Stephen Onyango his transition was so good, just striding away to first position, Esbon Ochieng second, and Simani Regao coming in third.
Indeed, Simani Regao just received a message from the parents that Joyfrey, who's the dad, is watching us live. Very supportive parents to their son, Simani Abuyu Regao.
Victor, you're confusing Simani Regao with somebody else. The father is called Eliud, and the mother is called Ruth. That is Simani Regao on your screens. Young man just turned 22 last month. Just turned 21. On your screen is the appeal you are talking about from Northeastern. You remember talked about an appeal? That is the appeal now. Just running alone. Adam Morgan from Northeastern, running alone, trying to make it to the next round. Is running under protest. He was handed a red card in hit number 5, but now running under protest. Let's see if he'll qualify for the next round.
Next, we'll have the 800 meters women's semi-final 1, where we have a total of 10 athletes will be taking part in this race. The results are Stephen Odhiambo of KDF in 10 seconds, 10.39 seconds, Esbon Ochieng 10.61, Simani Regao 10.79, Emmanuel Dochi 11.38, Jamal McRae 11.46, Salat Helkano 11.52, Emmanuel Okesa 11.91, and Yusuf Mohammed 12.40 seconds.
Of course, the top 3 positions running in the inside the qualifying time of 10.80 seconds into the semi-final that will be run later today. We move to the women 800 meters semi-final number 1. We'll have Perrin Lokure, Jacqueline Murugi, Caro Nasieka, Dorothy Gaki, Karen Chepngeno, Naomi Cherop, Lilian Odira, Sheila Chepkosgei, Deborah Chepchumba, and Jacinta Abese. Of course, the hot favorite in this is Lilian Odira of the Kenya Prison Service, who is just fresh from running inside the world qualifying time of 1:59.00 in the 800 meters. She won the Kipkeino Classic and qualified for the World Championship. Lilian Odira running for the Kenya Prisons, and so is Jacinta Abese. On your screen is Lilian Odira just running with her jacket inside her running kit. Just trying to show off the cold.
We are waiting for the start of the first women's semi-final of the day. On your screens, we're coming to you live from the Ulinzi Sports Complex. And those are the results of the second heat of the men's 100 meters final, 100 meters heat, sorry. And on your screens, you have the participants for the 800 meters women semi-final heat number 1. Rina Lakan, Jacqueline Murugi, Caroline Nasieku, Dorothy Gaki, Karen Chepngeno, Naomi Cherop, Lilian Odira of Kenya Prisons, and Sheila Chepkoskei Belio of Kenya Defense Forces. Lilian Odira's attire perhaps is to ward off the chilly weather. She's worn another attire inside her running bib, her running kit, just perhaps to heat up the body. Coach, is this advantageous to her or disadvantageous?
No, Lilian is just trying to shake off the cold. Remember, this is the heat. Just qualify for the next round. So I think that's what she'll do. Just run, be in the second round. And the final tomorrow. Remember, this is a 2-day championship. Lilian Odira being ranked 21 in the 800 meters this year, running a personal best of 158.31 at the Kip Keino Classic. Lilian Odira of the Kenya Prisons, 26 years of age, born of the 18th of April 1996. One-time African Championship silver medalist and one-time top 8 at the African Games. She was also at the World Relays she was also at the World Championship. Remember, Lilian Odira started as a 200-meter athlete, then moved to the 400 meters, and then just recently, 2 years ago, moved to the 800 meters. And she also runs the 1500 meters, so she's a very versatile athlete. Lilian Odira in lane number 6. That is your hot favorite for that heat. Running number 1046 from the Kenya Prisons. 800 meters women semi-final number 1. Remember, there will be 3 semi-finals for the women. This is the first semi-final. All the athletes will have to stick to their lanes as per the rules. All the athletes will have to stick to their lanes from the start up to about 120 meters, and then they can curve in and join the rest in lane number 1. So stick to your lane up to the first. When the curve is about to end at about 120 meters, then you can move. You'll move inside to lane number 1. Always there is cones that are placed at where they're supposed to curve in. So it's not just a matter of running and curving at any point. No. It's always these cones that will be placed by the track officials where one will be allowed to curve in or run in to lane number 1. As we wait for the women 100 meters semi-final number 1.
On your screens, athletes taking part in the women's 800 meters semi-final, and the race should be getting underway anytime from now. Remember, this is the Athletics Kenya National Championships that are being held at the Ulinzi Sports Complex in Kenya's capital, Nairobi, under the chilly weather of the city and the sun. Earlier on, we had the men and the women's 400 meters. We had the 100 meters decathlon. We had the heptathlon. So the race, the 800 meters first semifinal, has gotten underway, and there they go. Lilian Odira from Kenya Prisons in the leading pack, actually in second position. She's now on the lead. With Jacinta Abese, also of Kenya Prisons, together with her, but Jacinta has taken a lead as well. Very nice and brilliant shots there. Lilian Odira on the lead from Kenya Prisons. Very experienced athlete. Jacinta Abese following in, closing in closely. Karen Chepngeno from Southern in third position. There goes the bell for the final lap. We have the leading pack of Jacinta Abese, Lilian Odira, and Karen Chepngeno of Southern. But now seems competition is between Odira and Jacinta, both of Kenya Prisons. Odira seems to be opening the gap slowly, coming into first position. The gap is slowly widening up. She is now on pole position. There you go. Odira is now leading. And she will win this race. Jacinta Abese is in second position. And there she crosses the line. Jacinta Abese in second position, and Karen Chepngeno in position number 3. Other events are taking part today. We will have the pole vault for both men and women, which will be straight finals. Long jump as well for both men and women. Remember, the field events will be straight finals. The second semi-final, we have Purity Jerop of NYS, Sarah Kirubo of KFS, that's Kenya Forest Service, Abigail Chepkemoi of Kati, Moniko Boke Yunis of Nyanza South, Sarah Mora of Police, Alice Ekiru of North Rift, Vivian Chebet Kiprotich of KDF, Mary Wangari of Central, Martha Njeri of South Rift, and Vanis Kerubo, the National Police Service, in bib number 629. Another favorite over the distance. Yeah, the race has started. Off they go, the first curve towards the second curve. Seems to be competitive. The athletes still stuck together. You can see Varis Kerubo charging from the outer lane. Moniko Boke of Nyanza South is also coming in from the outer lane. So this heat is a little bit different from the first one because I have all the athletes still together. There goes the final bell for the final lap. Vivian Kiprotich of KDF is now on the lead. Vanis is coming in second position, opening the gap. Ali Sekiru as well is in the leading pack, not relenting. Sarah Mora is now on the lead from the police team. Vanis Kerubo is now closing in. So it is a police affair. We have Vanis Kerubo now. Vanis Kerubo crosses in first position, followed closely by Sarah Mora. On to heat number 3. Have Judy Kemunto. The race has already begun. Vivian Chelagat, Naomi Nafula, Lydia Kiprono, Mary Mora, Maureen Chipkurui, Sylvia Chesebe, Mercy Kipiego, Rose Kewo, and Emily Kemunto. You have Mary Mora there in the leading pack. She's represented Kenya in many events, including the Olympic Games. There she is in position number. She is leading so far. With Mercy Kipiego of KDF in position number 2, as well as Judy Kemunto of South Rift in position number 3. Emily Kemunto Anyona of NYS is also in the race. In the leading pack, we have Mary Mora, Mercy Kipiego leading. There goes the bell for the final lap. Mary Mora is still on the lead, not relenting and not letting anyone gain the pole position. Mercy Kipiego is opening up from the outer lane, trying to catch up with Mary Mora. Judy Kemunto is still there. And we have Maureen Chipkurui coming in from the outer lane, and Mary Mora is starting to sprint. With Mary Chipkurui now in second position from South Rift. Yeah, there you have it, Mary Mora. Mary Mora is now on the lead, having opened the gap. And we have Judy Kemunto from the South Rift coming in second position. Mary Mora wins the race, and Judy in second position. Maureen Chepkurui of Central Rift is in third, has finished in third position. That is the men's first semi-final. We have Abednego Cheriot, Collins Kwemo, Inoakoe, Joseph Wanjiro, Laban Chepkwony, Ferguson Rotich, Cheriot, David Rotich, and Joseph Machabo of Nyanza. Ferguson Rotich is also an Olympian, having represented Kenya both in the Continental Games and Olympic Games and also the World Championships. He's among the most experienced over the distance. Race has gotten underway. We have the leading pack of Ferguson Rotich, Laban Kipkorir of KDF is now on the lead. Abednego Cheriot Boale of Kati is in position number 3.
Abednego is slowly losing third position. And we have David Torotich of Central Rift now coming in, and is in second position ahead of Ferguson. There goes the bell for the final lap. And indeed, you can see the athletes now opening up. It is everyone for himself. The KDF man, Laban Kipkorir, has opened the gap. Ferguson is coming in closely. Ferguson is now coming in closely in second position now. Ferguson, Cheriot, Rotich. So it is a duel between Laban Kipkorir and Ferguson Rotich. You can see Laban there to the final lap onto the home stretch. Sprinting. There you have Ferguson looking behind just to ensure that nobody is catching up. But then again, Laban Kipkorir has won it from KGF. With Abednego Boale coming in position number 3 behind Ferguson Rotich. The results for the second semi-final have Vanis Kerubo in a time of 2 minutes 10.21 seconds. Sarah Mora, 2 minutes 10.30 seconds. Monique Obeko. And the previous semi-final, we had Lilian Odira winning it in a time of 2 minutes 8.35 seconds. That was it number 1. Jacinta Abese. Karen Chepngeno in position 3. Deborah Chepchumba. Dorothy Gaki. Penel Lokira Nakang. And Naomi Cherop. Jacqueline Murugi was in position number 8. Karen Chepngeno was in position number 3. On to the second semi-final of the men's 800 meters. We have Vincent Kimtai Kosgei of Kati, Narube Peter of Central Rift, Yahiam Hussein, Nicodemus Kirui Kiprono, Collins Kipruto, Noah Kibet, Robert Sifuna of Western, Felix Nyamora of University, Collins Kipkoech of South Rift, and Brian Masai of Southern. Then again, we have the inclusion of Yahya Hussein from Northeastern. Indeed, this time round, Northeastern decided to bring athletes to take part in the sprints. That's very commendable.
Victor, the man to watch here is Noah Kibet of Kenya Police Service. Remember, he ran for Team Kenya in the World Indoors just last year. Noah Kibet of Kenya Police. Noah Kibet in lane is placed in lane number 6, and he has some K-tape on his knees, left knees. And off they go. The university student was left grasping as others had already gone. Noah Kibet just coming in amongst the crowd and into the top positions. Remember also Collins Kipruto is in this semi-final. Collins Kipruto just second right now. Collins Kipruto in second, Noah Kibet in third. Tula Press. Tula Press. Remember, this is the second semi-final of the men 800 meters. As the technical official rings the bell to mean this is the final lap. Collins Kipruto just falling behind as Noah Kibet runs into the second position, trying to get the first position. 6:08, Noah Kibet just running, trying to pass Narube Peter from Central Rift, who is still hanging on to the first position as they negotiate the final bend in this second semi-final of the men 800 meters. Noah Kibet, Narube Peter. Noah Kibet and Narube Peter, and a strong finish there from Brian Masai to win that second semi-final. Brian Masai just wins the second semi-final from Southern. Brian Masai from Southern, bib number 741, just beats the favorite Noah Kibet into second place. The men 800 meters semi-final number 2. Victor, I can see the athlete from KDF really struggled in that semi-final. He wasn't even among the hot favorites for this. What do you take? What's your take on that?
I think being a home favorite and a crowd favorite, perhaps you expected him to do better, but maybe it's a tactical error that did not work out for him, and which seemed to have worked out with his competitors.
And this is just one of the few surprises that will happen here at the Ulinzi Sports Complex for the next 2 days, from today all the way to tomorrow. As you can say, the results from the first semi-final, where Laban Chepkon took the first position, 146.64, being followed by the most experienced athlete in the field, Ferguson Rotich Cheriot of Southern, running for Southern, 148.14, and Abednego Cheriot coming in third in 148.34. Remember, this is the national championship, Kenya National Championship. As we move to the third semi-final of the men 800 meters. Remember, there are 5 semi-finals in this 800 meters. This is the third one, 2 more to go. We'll have Daniel Karweni running for Central, Cosmas Maloba running for Western, Emmanuel Waitagi running for Nairobi, Kennedy Kimtai Southern, Collins Tuwei KDF, Shadrach Kimtai Chilia Northeastern, Justus Mwema Eastern, and John Kariuki running for the KFS, Kenya Forest Services. Favorite in this lane number 4, Cornelius Tuwei of KDF. Clean start there as they take the first bend of the main 800 meter semi-final number 3. Just as Mwema goes to the front and takes the early lead. Doesn't want a push and shove from the rest of the athletes. Just wants to stay clear in the first lap and see what will transpire in the second lap. Just as Mwema takes to the lead, being followed closely by the hit favorite, Cornelius Tuwei of the Kenya Defence Forces, into a single file right now. Single file right now. In the lead is Shadrach Kimtai Chilia of North Rift, not Mwema of Eastern. It's Shadrach Kimtai Chilia of North Rift, being followed closely by the favorite, Cornelius Tuwei of the Kenya Defence Forces. Just staying clear of the rest of the field, avoiding the push and shove that always happens in the 800 meters. Now move to a single file, now into a pack of 2. First 2 at the front, then the batch of 3 or 4 coming in second position, but now being closed down. Chile is being closed down by the athlete from Nairobi as Tuwei stays clear of the rest of the field, negotiating the last bend, coming to the last 100 meters to go. Tuwei hangs on to the lead, being followed closely by the athlete from Nairobi as Chilia sees the second position to the athlete from Nairobi, who's sinking on his hip as he crosses the finishing line. Cornelius Tuwei wins the third semi-final of the men 800 meters. in a time of 1:48.41 unofficial time. Cornelius Tuwei, the winner of that, being followed closely by Emmanuel Waitage of Nairobi, as Kimtali Chilia takes the third position. Chilly weather here at the Ulinzi Sports Complex. We just hope that this weather will be a little bit kinder for the athletes come the afternoon.
Well, indeed, since the rain has subsided, seems to be not as chilly as it were in the early hours of the day. However, the athletes for the next heat of the 800 meters semi-final, as they get ready, warming up straight from the calling area, going to take their positions. Everyone onto their track, ready there where they've been given their. There you go, you have Yahya Hussein of North Rift, Felix of Northeastern, Felix Nyamora of Universities. Those are the finals for the heat. Number 2, Noah Kibet of Police, Collins Kipkoech, Nicodemus Kirui in 4th position. Now for heat number 4, you have Ivan Skiptum Koske, Daniel Ndhiwa Korir of North Rift, Abiod Gichibi of Eastern, Tobias Okoth Kennedy of Nyanza North, Kelvin Loti of Western, Alex Kimetich Ngen of Prisons, William Loishurua Ndia Kirui of NYS, John Karaoke of KFS, and Brian Kipto Rono. Athletes are getting ready to start the 800 meters 4th semi-final.
Clear favorite is heat will be lane number 6, Alex Kimgetich. Remember, he's an former African champion. African champion last year at the championship that was held in Douala, Cameroon, running in a time of 1:45.02 for Team Kenya as he took the gold medal. He's also a silver medalist in the World Under-20 Championship that was held in Tampere, Finland in 2018. Alex Kipngetich will be running in lane number 6, the hot favorite for this semi-final. Running for Kenya Prisons, bib number 635. Remember also there's also bib number 841, once held the world lead, running at Kasarani Stadium in bib number 841. Jeremiah, I can see on the start list is a different name. He's called Jeremiah, running in bib number 841. Once held the world lead in the 800 meters. Ngeno just relaxing into second position as they negotiate the second bend of the 800 meters. Coming in for the bell, Ngeno just running side to side with Kevin Loti. Ngeno just choosing to stay on the outside lane as they negotiate into the 300 meters to go. Ngeno will have to make much of the running in this semi-final as Kevin takes the lead. Kevin Loti takes the lead and just pulls away from the rest of the field. Kevin Loti from Western. Kevin Loti just telling Ngeno that, no, my friend, you have to earn your spot in this semi-final. If you have to win it, you have to win it with a sprint finish. You won't win it easy. Kevin Loti takes the first position there from Alex Ngeno. underdogs have come here to beat the hot favorites. As you can see, their officials just greeting Kevin Lotting and telling him, congratulations, young man. That was a good run. Western takes that semi-final of the men 800 meters. In the final heat of the 800 meters men semi-final. Remember, the finals will be held tomorrow right here at the Ulinzi Sports Complex. The finals will be held just right here at the Ulinzi Sports Complex.
A very competitive race there it has been, with Kelvin Lottie from Western, rather representing Western, which is an affiliate of Athletics Kenya, winning the race with Alex Kipngetich Ngeno following in closely. Lottie did give Alex Kipngetich a run for his money. Now on your screens we have the heat number 5, the 5th semi-final of the 800 meters. We have Antaia Kremedu of North Rift, Clinton Otieno of Nyanza North, James Kishuki of Nyanza South, Aaron Cheminingwa of Kenya Prisons, another seasoned athlete there, born in 1998, Sila Kipkorir of South Rift, Kevin Metich, Wilson Larry Marine of Southern, and Stephen Ambrose Mtana from Coast. And indeed, an eventful day it has been here at the Ulinzi Sports Complex. And off they go.
Hot favorite is Alex Cheminingwa, Aaron Cheminingwa of the Kenya Prison Service, running today with a headband on his head. Just a headband running on his forehead and takes the lead. Aaron Cheminingwa with a personal best of 1:42.08 that he ran last year at the Paris Diamond League. Cheminingwa running in a personal best of 1:42.08 last year at the Paris State Chartlist, where Faith Kipyego will be attempting to run a sub-4 today at the Paris State Charity in Paris. That's where Cheminingwa, who is in second position, ran his personal best of 1:42.08. As they come for the final lap, Cheminingwa in second position. Wilson Larry Marine of Southern just taking the lead and hanging on to it. As Ntaya Keremundu from North Rift moves into the lead, Cheminingwa again comes and takes over the position, first position. Now it's a battle between the four. Will it be Cheminingwa? Cheminingwa just being told that you can't win this easy. If you have to win this, you have to win it on a photo finish, as he comes in third position. The winner being Sila Kipkorir from South Rift. Sila Kipkorir from North Rift, from South Rift, takes the first position in that 5th semi-final of the men 800 meters. Remember, the final will be run tomorrow at Ulinzi Sports Complex. The finals will be run right here tomorrow at the Ulinzi Sports Complex, as the women long jumpers are marched to their starting venues. That is the ranking of the men 800 meters. The fastest being Laban Chepkwony from the KDF in a time of 1:46.64, being followed by Kevin Loti from Western, 1:47.55, and Alex Ngeno from Kenya Prisons running in a time of 1:47.91. Remember, those were just the semi-finals of the men 800 meters. The finals will be run right here tomorrow at the Ulinzi Sports Complex. As you can see on your screens, those are just the participants for this event from the North Rift. That is the North Rift team, and that is high jump women. That is high jump women. Susan Murray of the KDF. Just jumping there, a very low height with a scissor style of jumping. Scissors technique of style of jumping. As the weather here changes into some little sun now popping out of the clouds. A sigh of relief from the sprinters as they prepare to run the 200 meters after the 5,000 meters. Just next will be the 5,000 meters. Men, 3 semifinals of the 5,000 meters. Wait, we'll have the 4x400 meters mixed relay. Just before the 5,000 meters, we'll have the 4x400 meters mixed relay. Remember, Kenya qualified for the World Championship in this event when we were the World Relay Championships in China. Kenya qualified in this event in the 4x400 meters mixed relay. We'll be having a team of athletes running the World Championship. We have a very strong team of this. Remember, Esther Bagari, Mercy Chebet. We have in our stands also we'll have Mary Mora also gunning for that position to be running the 4x400 meters mixed relay. We'll also be having Kevin Kipkorir, Kevin Kiprotich, Zablon Ekwam. It's a long pool of athletes that will be gunning for the top positions at the World Relays. Remember the team comprising of David Sanayek, Mercy Chebet, Brian Tinega, and Mercy Okech came in third at the World Relays in a time of 3:13.10 to qualify for the World Championship. That was won by Team USA that comprised of Chris Robinson, Courtney Okolo, Johnson Blockberger, and Lena Jackson, who won in a time of 3:09.54. Second was Australia comprising a team of Luke Van Rantigen, Eli Beer, Terrathon, and Carl Bull. Kenya came in third, just in front of Great Britain and South Africa. All of these athletes, David Sanayek, Mercy Chebet, Brian Tinega, and Mercy Adongo, have just run the 400 meters hits earlier in the morning. As we welcome Greg Mulemi in the studios. Good morning, Greg. It seems you've come with a good weather. I've just seen you walking and then the sun just popped out. What is it with you coming and the sun just pops out? Why did you go with the sun? Where did you go with the sun?
Good afternoon. Of course, it's 12 minutes after 12 o'clock East Africa time. So, you know, it's now in the afternoon, unless you're in Central Africa, who are still at 11 o'clock. But very good weather for those who wanted the tear gas washed out. Yeah, but it's a good weather. You can see quite some unique features in the stands. Of course, the different teams from different places coming here at the Ulinzi Sports Complex to try out and see who will dethrone Kenya Defence Forces in these national championships. Remember last time out they were the top team, emerging with 39 medals, with Kenya Police following suit. But I'm just trying to catch up with everything that has been happening in the morning. Ferdinand Omanyala, what was his performance in the morning?
Omanyala just ran a time of 10.27 seconds, being the fastest time in the morning in the heats. I've seen him walking around. I don't know if that was a replay or that is Ferdinand Omanyala coming to run 4x400 meters. I'll be surprised to see him running the 4x4 because we are so accustomed to him running the 100 meters. But he won his heat in the morning in a time of 10.27 seconds, which was the fastest time today, fastest time of the day.
Of course, a couple of races I've watched coming into this one. Ferdinand Omanyala, 10.2, not really a good time, but is it because of the weather, or maybe there's something that maybe, as we say always, that he's waiting to do his best when, let's say, the final comes?
Remember, that was his first race just coming back from Europe, and it was so cold in the morning. Really cold. We were doing about temperatures of about 12 or 13 degrees in the morning, and that is very low for sprinting. Sprinters will thrive in temperatures of about 23, 24, 25 degrees Celsius. As the sun comes out right now and the sprinters walking into the fields, on your screens are just part of the participants and also fans that are seated at the stands. That is not North Rift region. That is the team from North Rift just enjoying the view.
First, I thought it was the famous jacket. But a sizable crowd here at the Ulinzi Sports Complex, the venue hosting the national championships for the second time in a row, hosted last year, of course, in May 2024. And right now, we are just about to witness yet another national championships, which was due to start yesterday, but due to unavoidable circumstances, we are forced to do this inside 2 days, and this is going to be tough.
Of course, this was supposed to be a 3-day event, but yesterday's turn of events, Maandamano, the Gen Zs, yesterday was a Gen Z day, and they turned up in large numbers, blocking the roads, all sorts of things. But today, thank God, we are back here at the Ulinzi Sports Complex for the 2-day now national championship. 2-day national championship. This is the 4x400 meters mixed relay. 4x400 meters mixed relay. Remember, Kenya took bronze at the World Relay Championship. The team comprising of David Sanayek, Mercy Chebet, Brian Tinega, and Mercy Odongo, running in a time of 3:13.10 seconds, taking the bronze away from the Great Britain, who came in fourth. The winners were USA, followed by Australia. Kenya coming in third.
And on your screens, the results of the long jump decathlon men. Bismarck Soy emerging winner, 7 meters 6.12. Gilbert Koech Kibiwot 6.27 meters. Stephen Motunga Mbivu 6.26. Dismas Kiptanui 6.25. Edwin Kering 6.17. Just some of the results. But on your screens right now are the participants in the 4x400 mixed relay. Remember, these are final, no second chances. So let's see who turns up for this event. I've seen 2 police teams. I've seen KDF. As some of the teams represented here. Kenya Prisons also in the mix. Will be giving you the full results and of course the lineup. And in lane number 7, of course, is KDF. Nyanza South in lane number 1. Lemotit in lane number 2. National Prison Service in lane number 3. Lane 3. North Rift will be in lane number 4. NPS, National Police Service, in lane number 5. Kati, K, and KDF will be running in lane number 7. So it is Nyanza South, Lemotit, Prisons, North Rift, National Police Service, KATTI, and KDF in the mixed relays 4x400 meters final. So Nyanza South, they've been very brilliant in the age group categories, but let's see what they have right now. National Police Service, KDF, KATTI. These are just some of the teams to watch out for. Very, very compact. Remember, Kenya, bronze medalists at the World Relays in Guangzhou, China. But this is the time to see who shines, who reigns supreme in the cold, chilly weather in Nairobi at the Ulinzi Sports Complex. The 4x400 meters mixed relay men. So it's KDF currently in the lead. National Police Service trying to navigate very nicely. And of course, now assuming lead for the first time. KATTI falling into 3rd place. Nyanza South struggling a little bit. Of course, they are together with Lemotit Camp. But it's now between Prisons and Kenya Police. Let's see who hands over the baton in the first exchange. Nice change over there from Prisons, and it is Prisons and National Police Service. Mercy Chebet of Prisons, of course, of Kenya Police, sorry. She is gliding nicely in this weather. So Prisons in the lead. National Police Service with Mercy Chebet assuming lead for the first time. Remember, she was in Guangzhou. This is Lilian Odira, sorry. It is Lilian versus Mercy Chebet with KDF in 3rd. It is Mercy Chebet of National Police Service now taking the inside lane for the first time and assuming the lead ahead of Prisons, Lilian Odira, who is the national champion in the 800 meters. It's now a battle between Prisons and Police. Lilian Odira trying to come from the outside, and her long strides will try catch up with Mercy Chebet, and she actually does it, handing over the baton. Very nice exchange there, nice between Prison Service and National Police Service. KDF trying so hard to catch up with them, but then it's Prison 1, National Police Service 2, as we head towards the 3rd exchange in this 4x400 mixed relay. National Police Service just checks over his shoulder to see who is coming in, but then it's very, very competitive, this race. Everyone on the feet here at the Ulinzi Sports Complex. Now it's Police trying to burst from the outside. Prison saying, I cannot take this lightly, and it will be Prisons who will be handing over the baton into the last exchange onto Esther Mbagari and Mary Mora. This is going to be very, very interesting. It is Mary Mora versus Mbagari. Prison 1, Police 2. The distance between Mbagari and Mora growing bigger, but you know what Mora can do coming into this one. We know what she did in 2017 during the Atlantic Championship. It is Mbagari versus Mora. This is really, really interesting. And you can feel the adrenaline striking. And Mary Mora, for the first time, takes the lead here at the Ulinzi Sports Complex. It's now Prison 1. It is National Police Service. Prison 2. Of course, pardon me for that one. It is Mary Moraa now in the lead. Esther Mbagari trying to close in, but it will be Moraa who will be taking this home. So Kenya Police will be taking gold yet again in this final, with Kenya Prison settling in for silver. And she can't celebrate that with a new hairstyle, of course. That is the Olympic reigning champion, Mary Moraa, who's led her team to winning the 4x400 mixed relay final here at the Ulinzi Sports Complex. Esther Mbagari of Prisons claiming second, claiming silver, with KDF claiming third. She won in a time, actually Prisons winning in a time of 3 minutes 18 seconds in that final. Since from the just ended 4x400 meters mixed relay, the track officials taking back their buttons, and of course, as we wait for the replays to see exactly where Esther Mbagari slowed down, rather Mary Moraa accelerated to clinch this one. We'll be having 3 finals of the 5,000 meters men. Daniel Kimayo, remember, is the national champion over the distance. Sizable crowd here at the Ulinzi Sports Complex. It's almost lunchtime, but some have already started having their lunch here at the Ulinzi Sports Complex. Of course, beautiful weather coming through. That's the start list for the first semi-final of the 5,000 meters. 3 hits in this one. I'm informed is the final. 3 hits, so it will be about rankings. Brian Kimutai, James Munyi, just some of the athletes running in this one. Remember, Daniel Kimayo on this very track last year won in a time of 30 minutes, 33.27 seconds. So Brian Kimutai, James Munyi, Ezekiel Letaya, Ahmed Ali of Northeastern, Flex Kibet, Victor Otieno, Samuel Kiprop Mulo, Alex Matata Nzioka. Just some of the names to expect in this 5,000 meters. Hit number 1. So we are waiting to see who will be crowned the national champions after the 3 hits. So once again, Brian Kimutai, James Munyi, Ezekiel Letaya of KDF, Ahmed Kimuya, Kulmia Ali, Felix Kibet, Victor Otieno, Samuel Kiprop, Alex Matata Nzioka. That's the lineup for the hit number 1 of the 5,000 meters men's final. And as I said earlier, the defending champion, Daniel Kimayo, William Lokwar Peter, Isaiah Kiriago, Ali Arida Kanan, Brian Muridhi, Gideon Kiplimo, Lampard Mutuku, Evans Likiplangat, and David Lewano of National Youth Service. From the list I have, seems that we'll have a new champion because Daniel Kimayo will not be defending his title here at the Ulinzi Sports Complex. And there we go, the first hit of the 5,000 meters men final. Remember, there are 3 hits in this one. 12.5 laps on the track. Of course, foreign athletes also encouraged to participate in this one. And in heat number 1, we have an athlete from Lebanon called Ali Aldira Kanan, born on 3rd of June 2006. We also have refugee athletes who will be participating in the Olympic for the second time in Los Angeles. I'm talking about William Lokwar Peter, and they're being coached by former world 800 meters champion and former Olympic silver medalist over the distance, Janet Jepkosgei. The Eldoret Express as they navigate through the first lap of this one. The athlete in red is not Sofiane El Bakali, but an athlete from Lebanon. They have this almost similar features. And now Samuel Kiprop Muluo of NYS will dictate the pace as 11 laps remain to go in this one. If you're joining us, this is the 5,000 meters men, heat number 1 of the final. No Daniel Kimayo, meaning that we'll have a new champion in this one. Remember last year, Daniel Kimayo won in a time of 13 minutes, 33.27 seconds ahead of Nabe Kiplimo Bay. Robert Kiprop Koech came in third, with Daniel Kinyanjui and Amason Kireu finishing second and third in that order. Remember last year's trials and national championships were also trials for the African Games that were held in Ghana. And just for the records, of course, Kenya Defence Forces were crowned the champions in these national championships. KDF, of course, scooping 49 medals to emerge winners of the Athletics Kenya National Championships held in May last year. The National Police Service finished second with 34 medals, with Kenya Prisons claiming third place with 19 medals. Some of the results in individual categories: in the steeplechase women, Mercy Wanjiru of Kenya Defence Forces won in a time of 9 minutes 45.08 seconds. And in the women 10,000 meters, Joy Chepyotek of Uganda emerged victorious in 32 minutes 31.8 seconds. Men's 100 meters, Meshak Babu piped Marco Tieno to win that title in 10 seconds, 0.35. And in the women's category, Esther Mbagari, who's graduated to the 400 meters, won in a time of 11 minutes 77 seconds. In the 800 meters men, Kipngetich Ngeno defended his title in 1 minute 45.03 seconds, with Brian Komen winning the 1,500 meters. But it is NYS still in the lead in this 5,000 meters heat number 1 final. Still very early days in this one, but of course this NYS 1, Prisons 2, and National Police Service in third place. Samuel Kiprop Muluo remember, there are 3 heats of the final in this one. Nasaya Kirigo now dictating the pace right now. NOS Samuel Kiprop has fallen back a little bit, but then it's Prisons. Alex Matata still Very early days in this one, but you can feel it's slowly taking shape. The athlete from Lebanon, Ali Kanan, trying to catch up with the rest of the field. But if you are wondering why athletes from other countries are also coming for the national championships, is because this has been upgraded to a bronze event, which means that athletes from other countries are capable of coming to compete here. And of course, if there is anything that is coming up, let's say the trials, they'll also be seeking for times, qualification times for this one. Alex Matata confidently in the front. Felix Kibet of North Rift now moving to 4th place. Also in that leading pack is still Matata, who is leading, and Ezekiel Etai of KDF now moving to 3rd. Brian Kimutai, Central Rift in the black bib, tracking down the man from Prisons, Alex Matata. So it's Matata and Kimutai in that 1-2 situation, and then from Central Rift is Brian Kimutai, and KDF's Ezekiel Letawa now tracking in 4th. Now it's down to 6. This is final hit number 1 with 6 laps to go. Brian Matata of Prisons now trying to glide from the outside, and he's still leading this one. Remember, Prisons finished 3rd overall in last year's championships. Trying to tell his compatriots that if you want to get in front, try use the outside lane, and Matata seems to be so psyched up for this one. Alex Matata of Prisons, very composed lad here. Specializes in the half marathon, but of course has gained significant recognition this year with strong performances in various half marathon races, including the Ras Al Khaimah half marathon, where in February 1st, where he set a personal best of 59 minutes 20 seconds, and this was a very significant win, and of course it propelled him to seeking other competitions, winning the Meishan Renshu half marathon, where he also won the race in a time of 59 minutes 28 seconds, and then the Istanbul half marathon, where he dominated finishing the race in 59 minutes 40 seconds despite the windy conditions. And then he went down to India last year, where he finished second behind Joshua Cheptegei in the Delhi half marathon in a time of 59 minutes 53 seconds. So Matata of Prisons seems to be in very good shape, but now facing competition from Ezekiel Letaya of Kenya Defence Forces. Matata still dictating the pace along ahead of Ezekiel Letaya, who is also another road runner, specializes in the 10-kilometer road races and has a personal best of 28 minutes 10 seconds set in January 12th, 2025. Is trying out the 5,000 meters for the first time, but we know him for the 1,000 being a special, the 1,500 meters being his speciality. The man in second place, that is Ezekiel Letaya, with a personal best of 3 minutes 40.44 seconds in the 1,500 meter set on 22nd of April 2022, but is currently in second behind this man who has done so many half marathon races, Alex Matata of Kenya Prisons, who is still indicating that I own the inside lane, you can look for the outside lane. So it is Matata still in the lead, Ezekiel Letaya in second place. It is the 5,000 meters heat number 1, and it is the final, of course. Evans Kiplangat of Nairobi in a distant third, trying to catch up with Matata and Letaya as they hit the bell. So it will be between Matata and Letaya, who has what it takes to win this first heat of the 5,000 meters men final. Matata seems composed. Letaya seems to be tracking every move by the man from Prisons. It's KDF 2, Prison 1. Letaya and Matata seem to be exchanging a little bit. Letaya told to get on the outside. He is trying so hard. Letaya, remember, is at home. Matata is composed. Winner in Delhi half marathon, winner in Turkey, and he blasts, starts smiling all the way as he heads towards the home straight. This is very, very interesting, a very tactical race from this man who has conquered the world and is now home to claim victory in his first 5,000 meters race. It is Alex Matata, a prominent figure in the middle distance races. He is heading home to win the 5,000 meters, the first of the 3 finals. He'll be crossing the line as the winner in spectacular fashion. Letaya will claim second place, and of course, exchanging niceties there. It wasn't really the way to end it, according to Letaya. But then Alex Matata of Prisons, born on 27th of July, winner of the 5,000 meters heat number 1. Of course, this is the final. 2 more to go in this very beautiful facility at the Ulinzi Sports Complex. The 5,000 meters men final heat number 1 already done, won by Alex Matata of Kenya Prisons. Just finished ahead of the homeboy Ezekiel Letaya of KDF. And of course, Nairobi's Evans Kiplangat came in 3rd place. We'll be giving you the results, of course, 13 minutes 50.92 is the time that was posted, by Alex Matata. (13 minutes 50.92). Remember, Daniel Kimayo, the outgoing national champion, won in a time of 30 minutes 33.27 in May 2024 to claim victory in this one. So, if you're joining us, you're waiting for the second final in this 5,000 meters men. Of course, it is the second heat. A maximum entries. Of course, always capped at 12. And that is the second heat of the 5,000 meters men final. The likes of Tabashishio, Gitahi, George Manangoi, Francis Abong, Bernard Kiprop, Edwin Kipto, Dismas Okioma, Kiplimo Naibei, Festus Kiprop, Jafet Cheriot, Peter Tuitek Kibene, Omar Salad, Ahmed, Brian Owino, Titus Kiprotich, Dario Lokoro, Victor Kibet, and Shokrut Davlatov. Before the start of
Jean
this one,
Lite,
of course,
and even I would like to say the coaches who have been behind me, my success. I would like you also to thank them. So according to the race for today, actually I would like to say it was very nice for me because there was no much humidity about the track, and I appreciate my game. I appreciate my body. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Alex. We will be meeting again at the finals. Okay. Second off is Ezekiel Etaya. Ezekiel was finished second in the 5,000 meters first heat. Ezekiel, performance yako unafilaje kuhusu leo?
Okay, performance yangu sio mbaya kulingana na vile nimekimbia. This is my second 5,000 race. Nilikimbia majeshi. That was the first one. Na hii ni ya pili. Nimekuwa nikikimbia 1,500 meters. Yes.
So ku advance from 15 to 5,000 mwili yako imerespond vile unataka?
Yeah, nashukuru Mungu kwa sababu kulingana vile transit kuenda 5,000. I think performance yangu imeonekana kuliko 1,500 kwa sababu 1,500 nimekuwa medium, si iko juu, si iko chini, sija perform vizuri, lakini nashukuru Mungu kwa sababu transition yangu ni kama iko sawa. Yes.
Thank you so much. That one was Ezekiel Etaya. Up next we have Evans Kiplagat. Evans finished third in the first heat. Evans, una performance yako ya leo imekuwa vipi?
Performance yangu ya leo naona si mbaya. Kulingana na the last travel championship nilifanya tukuchakulia tukuja hapa. Naona kuna big improvement leo. Kidogo tunafanya zinaenda jaribu kwenda kurekebisha mali kidogo towards finishings. Hapa ndio nimeona challenge, but I hope the change. Yeah.
So ukirudi focus yako itakuwa nini sana sana kwa mazoezi?
Saizi naenda kuimprove kwa finishing, but endurance naona si mbaya. Finishing peke yake ndio naenda kufocus nayo sasa. Yes sir.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, those were our top three finishers. First of all, we had Alex Matata, and followed by Ezekiel Etaya and Evans Kiplagat. Over to you, Mlemi, as we continue with the second heat of the 5,000 meters.
We are ready for the start of the 5,000 meters. Heat number 2 of the final. Quite a packed field here as we kickstart the 12.5 laps on the track. Tashiro Gitahi, George Manangoi, Francis Abong. Remember him for winning the 8 kilometers race in Machakos during the first Athletics Kenya cross-country tour. Bernard Kiprop, Edwin Kiptokibet, Dismas Okioma, Kiplimo Naibei, Festus Kiprop, Japheth Cheriot, Peter Twitter, Kibenei, Omar Salad Ahmed, Brian Owino, Titus Kiprotich, Dario Locorio, Victor Kibet, and Shokrum Dalatov. Some of the participants there you can, as on your screen, Peter Twitter, Kibenei, Omar Salat Ahmed, Shoktur Dalatov of Uzbekistan is also in this race. So very early days, but 12.5 laps on the track. It is the 5,000 meters. Enjoying a little bit of sunshine after quite a drizzling morning here at the Ulinzi Sports Complex. Quite a stretched field here in the 5,000 meters. This is final heat number 2. We'll have, of course, one more final to go because there are 3 in this one. They can't run all of them, and of this will be very interesting. Hillary, you watch final number 1, of course, the man from prison, very special. His specialty, of course, being the half marathon, and of course, he's just shown us that he has what it takes. But then the most interesting part is the man who finished second, Ezekiel Letai of KDF, his second ever 5,000 meters race, and of course finishing second. And the third person, of course, from Nairobi, Evans Kiplangat, who says that he just wants to improve on his finishing because he has what it takes to conquer the world in this. And of course, him being a young man, 24 years of age.
Of course, Evans Kiplagat, quite a young man from Nairobi region, finishing third, and the winner coming in from the Kenya prisons in a time of 13:50.92. As we move to the second semi-final, where Western has decided to take the bulls by the horns, we have one man who's just run away from the field. One man, Victor Kibet, has decided to take it on and just push the rest. I don't know if he'll be able to finish this race or is just doing pace-setting duties, as we saw in one of the few AK meetings here. I don't know. The guys just decided, this is my race. I'll not leave it to anybody else, as the rest try to close in on the gap. The man from Western has said, hii mtanipata mbele. I don't know if, and if you can see the guys from Kenya Police are just trying to be a little bit cautious, trying to close in on the gap. The gap will be closed in another 1 lap. Titus Kiprotich from Kenya Police just looking over his shoulders and telling the rest, guys, we have to push this. We have to go in front. And his compatriot from the Kenya Police, Kiplimo Naibei, just telling him it's too early. Let's just wait a little bit. Let's hang in for about 2 or 3 laps, then we can close in. You can see Western Police 2 and 3. As tables start changing now. Tables are turning. Prisons coming in 4th. Festus Kiprop from Kenya Prisons just coming in 4th. Taking up the 4th position as they close in on they have closed in on him. And in the middle and long distance, when you are close this fast, you just lose your morale. As you can see now, is a single file. Everybody on lane 1. One man behind another. Kiplimo Naibei and Festus Kiprop just trying to come in from the rear into the top positions. 5,000 meters, semi-final number 2. Or is this a final? Final 2. So the winner will be based on time. If you see this, the winner will be based on time. And we have a new leader in the park now. We have a new leader. Gilbert Kiprotich from South Rift takes the mantle. Gilbert Kiprotich, bib number 719 of South Rift, takes the mantle. Just ahead of the Western guy now, falling behind in the group. But this pace is courtesy of the man right there at the end of that second pack, running in bib number 831. Victor Kibet. Now it's a pack of 4, just 1 meter ahead of the second pack, being led by Gilbert Kiprotich from South Rift. Remember, this is the second final. The winner will be based on time. Will it come from hit number 1, where the winner ran in a time of 13.5092 seconds, 13 minutes, 50 seconds, 92 microseconds. And the athlete from Northeastern is being lapped there. Bib number 391, Omar Salada Ahmed from Northeastern, just being lapped right there on your screens. The chilly morning has been engulfed by us a little bit of sunshine here at the Ulinzi complex. It's all systems go as we take over the afternoon session with Gilbert, with Gregory. Greg Mulem is right here with me. Gregory, there's a lot of lap changing here. Is it another fat leg session? I can see Elijah, the brother to Elijah Manangoi, George Manangoi, just coming in from the KDF. George Manangoi, World Under 18. Urian in the World Under 18 and World Under 20. 1500 meters, just moved up the races from the 1500 meters to the 5000 meters. He now comes ahead with his compatriot from the KDF, now taking the mantle. Bib number 259. Moses Kirimi just coming to take the lead, with George coming in second, telling the guys from the Kenya Police and Prisons that, oh, thank you very much. That was your time. This is now our time. This is our home ground. We have to take the lead here. You know, our generals are here watching. And even if they're not here, maybe they're watching right at DOD. I understand there's a very big screen that has been mounted at DOD just to have a look at what is happening at the Ulinzi complex. And the homeboys have to deliver. George Manangoi now pushing the pace. George Manangoi, the World Under 20 1500 meter champion, taking the lead from his compatriot. Moses takes the lead from Moses. It's KDF versus police right now. KDF versus police. KDF 1, police 2, KDF 3, South Rift 4. Kenya Prisons just running behind KDF and Kenya Police. Just in the second pack. I don't know if they're waiting to unleash the final kick, or it's just a matter of after 3 laps will come and take the lead. 5 laps to go. George Manangoi now settling for second as there's a little bit of push and shove. This is quite interesting, Greg. Kenya Prisons now taking the lead from the KDF guys. It's now Kenya Prisons. You know what happens? The Kenya Police arrest you, they take you to the Kenya Prisons guys. So Kenya Prisons are saying, give me the arrest. I'll take over.
That's hilarious from Hillary. Let's say it's hilarious because right now it's Festus Kiprop of Prisons assuming the lead, but he's now been overtaken yet again by Gilbert Kiprotich. This man has been the one dictating pace in this 5,000 meters heat number 2 final. And of course, Festus Kiprop of Prisons is in second place. George Manangoi and Moses Kirimi still struggling to find a footing there. And Titus Kiprotich of National Police Service is also in the mix, being boxed to the outside lane. And it is proving to be very tough. Right now, it's all about emotions, the lactic acid. And of course, levels of concentrations need to be high here for each and every athlete participating. Is now 7 in the front line. You don't know who has what it takes to win this one, and you can see it is growing hotter and hotter as we head into the last 4 laps of this race. Right now you cannot predict who is going to win this one, but it is all about Gilbert Kiprotich, who is now stretching that lead. Gilbert Kiprotich, of course, the man in the front right now, running for South Rift. He is a man on a mission and has now stretched the lead for the first time in this race. It is the 5,000 meters heat number 2 final here at the Ulinzi Sports Complex. George Manangoi trying so hard from the outside to see if he can close in the gap, but it's growing wider, it's growing faster, it's growing more tactical as Gilbert Kiprotich checks over his shoulder to see who is next to him, as he knows that he has a chance of actually terrorizing the rest of the field and of course carrying it home. Amos Kiprotich, his compatriot from South Rift. It's now South Rift 1 and 2 in this one. It's Gilbert Kiprotich and of course his compatriot from the South Rift in second place right now. I'm talking about Amos Kiprotich.
Now it's about the Kiprotich. Is it Amos or is it Gilbert? Kiprotich in the lead. When you talk about Kiprotich, one is 719. That is Gilbert Kiprotich. And in second place is Amos Kiprotich. As they pull away from the crowd and opening a gap. As they lap the man from Northeastern for the second time. The Kiprotich have taken over. George Manangoi coming in third. Is about South Rift versus KDF. South Rift 1-2. KDF 3-4. George just trying to close in on the gap with 2 laps to go, 800 meters to go. Which Kiprotich will take this hit? Is it Amos Kiprotich or is it be George Kiprotich? Gilbert Kiprotich, sorry. Is it Amos or Gilbert? Gilbert in the lead. I know South Rift is now enjoying the lead. And of course, if everything is held constant, this will be a 1-2 for South Rift. Remember, this is the second final of the men 5,000 meters. The winner will be based on time. Will it be, remember in the first semi-final, the winner ran in a time of 13.5092 seconds, 13 minutes, 50 seconds, 92 microseconds. The winner, of course, coming from Kenya Prisons. Alex Matata winning the first semi-final in a time of 13.50.92 seconds, 13 minutes 50.92. Is it Gilbert now? Gilbert in the lead, bib number 712. Gilbert in the lead, and that is the final. That's as they take the final lap. It's 12:38 now. If they run it under 1 minute, that will be about 13:38, 13:40. That means the winner will come from this. They just have to hang on. If George wants this bronze medal, he has to run under 13:50.92. As you can see on your screens, they are just lapping another athlete. Several athletes are being lapped in this 5,000 meters men final 2. Gilbert Kiprotich just pulling away from Amos. Who will take it? Will it be Gilbert or will it be Amos? South Rift 1-2. And if everything is held constant as you see, now Amos just taking the final bend and overtaking Gilbert. Gilbert saying, my friend, no, you cannot do this to me. I have to take this one. Now it's a sprint finish. Gilbert wins that one in a time of 13 minutes, 37 seconds. 13:37. George comes in third in that second semi-final. George Manangoi just elevating from the 1500 meters. Remember the Kenya Defense Forces, he won it in a time of about 14:50. Now he's run 1 minute faster. What do you think of that?
George Manangoi, of course, world junior champion in the 1,500 meters. Just showing that at least he has what it takes to finish on the podium. But it's been very tactical from this man, Gilbert Kiprotich, running in the fastest time of the day, 30 minutes, 37.07 seconds to win final number 2 in this 5,000 meters, which has happened here at the Ulinzi Sports Complex, beating up his compatriot Amos Kiprotich, who came in second, with George Manangoi, of course, claiming third, the man from Kenya Defense Forces. So South Rift 1 and 2, and this is just one of the races. You can say it's very, very memorable. And of course, talking about George Manangoi of 1,520 meters champion, and of course he also has the same honors in the under 18 categories, and trying to look for more honors. Winner of the All African Games in the 1,500 meters and the 1,500 meters under 20 twice. So this is a man who's won two under 20 titles in the 1,500 meters and of course the African Games gold medalist. So a very prominent figure at a very young age. I'm talking about George Manangoi, born in 2000, now 25 years of age, trying to see if he can do something in the 5,000 meters, which has been a very, very, very tactical race, won by the guys from the South Rift. Amos coming in second, just behind Gilbert Kiprotich. So that signals the end of the second semi-final. And some athletes still running here. That's the man from Northeastern, who is now going to do his last lap on that one. A very determined young man here at the Ulinzi Sports Complex. Challenging weather, but this is something that you cannot afford to miss.
Remember, this is the second final of the 5,000 meters. Men, on your screens is the man from Northeastern. Yeah, just running down the track as he comes to finish that race. Still about 200 meters to go. Omar Salad Ahmed from Northeastern, born 2008, on the 3rd day of the 9th month of 2008. Okay, Charity, you can take it over.
Second heat of the 5,000 meters. So we have Gilbert Kiprotich. Gilbert, una feel aje kuhusu performance yako leo?
Leo imekuwa joto kidogo. Lakini tumepambana hadi tukamaliza. Ndio. Yeah.
So ni focus yako mazoezi?
Nilikuwa na prepare Eugene 10,000 lakini siku make tena. Sasa nimekuwa Japan, kutoka Japan nikakuja Kenya prepare for Eugene. Alafu siku make tena kwenda Eugene. Nikasema acha nikuje nationals. Yeah. Lakini preparation ilikuwa ya Eugene. Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm also joined by number 2, who is Amos Kiprotich. Amos, karibu sana.
Asante.
Okay. Una feel aje kuhusu performance yako leo?
Nafurahia. Na kung'ang'ana tu nimefurahia.
Kuna maybe time umeset uko sawa ama kuna kitu unataka kwenda kurekebisha?
Tabidi nimeenda kurekebisha kidogo. Na kufocus to the next race. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Tunakutarajia hapo mbele.
Mnanitarajia hapo mbele, mko na tumaini tu. Something is coming.
Okay. Thank you so much. I'm waiting for number 3, who is George Manangoi. George Manangoi is the former under 2015 100 meters champion. Manangoi, umetransit sasa kabisa kwa 5,000.
Bado niko 50-50 lakini kwa sasa ninakimbia 5,000 kwa sababu sikuwa nimejiprepare kwa speed work. Nikaanza kukimbia 10 nipate hiyo lapping. Nikakuja kukimbia 5,000. Ikanipatia motisha ya kukimbia 5,000, ndio maana nikakimbia majeshi 5,000. Kubeba nikasema mbele iko sawa kwa 5,000. Naam.
Preparation yako imekuwa vipi?
Nashukuru Mungu kwa sababu miaka iliyopita nilikuwa nakuja shape, mara napata injury, lakini kwa sasa naona progress inakuwa mzuri. Nimeprepare vizuri, so I'm gradually doing my best kwa lapping, speed work. Na nashukuru Mungu kwa sababu kwa hii mwaka nimeona kuna mabadiliko. Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much.
Asante, barikiwa.
Okay, that was George Manangoi. George is a younger brother to former world champion Elijah Manangoi. Earlier on, we were speaking with Gilbert Kiprotich, who won in the second heat, and Amos Kiprotich, who was second in that heat. Over to you, Mulebi and Hillary, as we continue with the 200 meters heats.
As we continue, of course, heat number 1 done and dusted in this women 200 meters. We are waiting for heat number 2, and of course, just checking a couple of field events also happening as we speak. The shot put men heptathlon, the shot put decathlon, and of course, the first heat of the 200 meters done. And we are into heat number 2, where Masio Biero of Northeastern Mwalud, should be Nyanza North. Masio Biero of Northeastern, Mwaluda Eunice Wonge of Coast, Grace Kidake, very experienced, and of course Leah Morara, Lois Morara, Esther Mbagari, Diana Aoko, Pauline Maero Bongo, and Faith Onserio will be squaring out in this heat number 2. Remember, there how many hits are here? There are 5 hits in this 200 meters women. So a little bit of sunshine just to kickstart this one. And of course, Coach Hillary loves the 200 meters.
Greg, that's yes, I love the 200 meters. That's a sprint event. Remember, Grace Kidake turned 40 years this year. She's the most experienced in the field, running in lane number 3. Former national champion in the 400 meters. That was in 2010 when she ran 54.13. She has a personal best time of 25.25, ran in January 2024. Grace Kidake Miroyo will be running in lane number 3, 400 meters, former national champion in 2010 when she was being coached by yours truly, running in lane number 3. Then in lane number 4, we'll be having Lois Morara of the KDF. Lois Morara is the KDF champion in both the 100 and the 200 meters. Then in lane number 5, we'll be having the national champion in the 100 and the 200 meters, Esther Mbagari of Kenya Prisons. Just recently joined the Kenya Prisons. So will it be Eastern in lane number 3? Will it be KDF in lane number 4? Or will it be Kenya Prisons in lane number 5? Remember, it is Grace, Lois, and Mbagari. Lane number 6 will also be having Lilian Aoko of the Nyanza North, who is also a very good runner from the north. Very good runner from Nyanza in bib number 441. So the lanes to watch is lane number 3, 4, 5, and 6. Will it be Grace? Will it be Lois? Will it be Bagari? Or will it be Lilian? Who will take the honors in this 200 meters, heat number 2? And the organizers of this 200 meters will be looking out who will be the winner in the 200 meters, heat number 2. Grace, Lois. Clean start there from the athletes as Grace Kidake there comes out of the block. So is Lois Morara closing in on Esther Mbagari. Lois Morara, Esther Mbagari. Morara, Mbagari, Lilian also coming there, pushing in with the rest of the... It's Lois Mbagari comes in and takes over, just putting in the next gear to win that second heat. Grace finishing there in 4th. That was a good run from Esther Mbagari and Lois Morara, taking up the top 2 positions of that second heat of the women 200 meters. As you see there, one of the helicopters just going to make a landing at the Wilson Airport, which is just a stone throw away from the Ulinzi complex. Remember, this is we are on a flight path for all the planes that are landing at the Wilson Airport. That is the women 200 meters, heat number 2. 200 meters, heat number 2, as they cross the line. There. We move over to heat number 3 of the women 200 meters.
where we'll have in lane number 1, Yvonne Mwangala from Kenya Prisons. Lane number 2, Caroline Mwende. Remember, Caroline Mwende was disqualified in the 100 meters. Lane number 3, Sarah Kwamboka. Lane number 4, the experienced Eunice Kadogo. Lane number 5, KDF champion in the 200 and the 400 meters, and also the Kenya national record holder in the 400 meters, Mercy Adongo. Lane number 5, Paradise Okoth. Lane number 6, Bright Munyao. And lane number 8, Melvin Kerubo. Lane number 7, Bright Munyao. Lane number 6, Paradise Okoth. Lane number 5, Mercy Adongo Okech. Who will it be? As you can see on your screens, is Paradise Okoth of Nyanza North. 702 is Bright Munyao from South Rift. And in lane number 8, Melvin Kerubo, who is absent. Remember, Melvin Kerubo ran in the under-20s just last week at the Afra Stadium. Who will be the winner of this race? Will it be Eunice Kadogo in lane number 4? Notable absentee is Mercy Okech, who has missed on lane number 5. Lane number 4, Eunice Kadogo, the clear favorite. Also, the one to watch is Yvonne Mwangala running from lane number 1 of Kenya Prisons. There you go. Mwangala just coming in and passing her 2 compatriots from lane number 2 and lane number 3. Will she win this one from lane number 1? It seems so. Yvonne Mwangala just swinging her arm so fast there to take up that win. From lane number 1, just coming in to pass Eunice Kadogo Marundufu of the police. Remember, Prisons have taken this win from lane number 1, Yvonne Mwangala. That was quite a good race from Mwangala. Very strong in the 200 meters. This one is one for the future. Of course, born on 30th December 2005. Born on 30th December 2005. Yvonne Mwangala just recently recruited into the Kenya Prisons team. Bib number 681. As the events come in fast, so we move to the 200 meters women heat number 4. That was hit number 3 of 5. We have 5 hits of the women 200 meters. Hit number 4 of the women 200 meters. Lane number 1, Cynthia Waweru from Central. There will be known lane number 2 and 3 absent. In lane number 4, we'll have the experienced Millicent Ndoro. Of course, if she had a decision to make, she'll be wearing her pink attire, Greg. But today she'll all donned in the Kenya police uniform. Millicent Ndoro, lane number 4. Lane number 5, Sheila Achieng. Lane number 7, Winnie Awino. And lane number 8, Teresia Ngima. The clear favorite, Millicent Ndoro, learning in lane number 4. Millicent Ndoro. Clean start there from the athletes. Millicent Ndoro there in all blue, donned in the Kenya police uniform. Millicent Ndoro. As you can see, they are negotiating the bend into the first position. Today morning, she told me she wants to run at 22 seconds. She doesn't care whether it will come in the heats, in the semi, or in the final, but she really wants a 22 seconds. But from the look of things, this is about 23 seconds. Melisandoro just crossing the line there in first position from Kenya Police. Final heat of the women 200 meters. Lane number 3, Jael Chebet. Lane number 4, Beatrice Nyanchoka. Lane number 5, Delicia Atriang from the KDF. Lane number 6, the experienced Monica Zafania. And lane number 7, Faith Ndinda Kavoi from Southern. 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 in the women 200 meters. Heat number 5. Fifth and final heat of the women 200 meters. North Rift, Nyanza South, KDF, Police, and Southern. And clear absentee from lane number 6. Of course, we can hear you and read all your comments. Mary Dennis saying Kenyans have improved in short distance races. There are many upcoming. Of course, as you can see right there on your screens. Monica's, that is Etiang. That is Delicia Etiang from KDF. Swinging her arm so fast as if this is a final. Goodness. What a run from Delicia Etiang. Running as if this is a final. I hope she has some more energy left for the semi-final and the final. As you can see, some upcoming, just crossing the line there is Jael Chebet from North Rift and Beatrice Nyanchoka from Nyanza South. As we move to the men 200 meters, of course, on your screens is the clear favorite for this event and this championship, Ferdinand Omanyala, running in lane number 5 of Kenya Police. This is his second time running the 200 meters at a Kenya national trial. Of course, the first time he ran this one, he won it. And you can see the results from the 200 meters heat number 1. 24.50 from lane number 6. Faith Bukachi, 25.00. Jacqueline Tiania, 26.52. And of course, Edna Nyaboke finishing in 4th there. 200 meters men heat number 1. Brown Mutara, Abdi Osman Omar, Simon Buru, Innocent Kadima, Ferdinand Omanyala, David Wanyonyi, Jacob Ajang Goch of South Sudan, and Phyllis Juma of Western. Of course, there'll be an absentee from lane number 1, Brown Mudara from Central. I don't see him on the blocks. So we'll start with the lane number 2, Abdi Osman Omar from Northeastern, all the way from Isiolo. Lane number 3, we'll have Simon Buru, all the way from Kati. Kati from the Technical Training Institutes. Lane number 4, Innocent Kadinma. Lane number 5, Ferdinand Omanyala. Lane number 6, David Wanyonyi. Lane number 7, Jacob Ajang Goch of South Sudan. And lane number 8, Phyllis Juma of Western. Omanyala, the African record holder in the 100 meters, 9.77 seconds, will be running in lane number 5 for the Kenya Police. Not just running for Kenya Police, but he is stationed at the DCI in Kiambu Road. The man to watch, lane number 5, Ferdinand Omurwa Omanyala. Clean start there, very clean start from Ferdinand Omanyala as he pulls away from the rest of the field. Of course, I don't know.
This Ferdinand Omanyala in the lead, of course, trying so hard. Simon Mburu trying to come in, but then Ferdinand Omanyala is the distance between him and the rest of the field is like clear daylight. Ferdinand Omanyala winning heat number 1 of the 200 meters in a time of 20.72 seconds. Looks to be in great shape, this man, Ferdinand Omanyala, and he enjoys running at home. 20.72, the time posted by Africa's fastest man, Ferdinand Omanyala, the man representing police in these national championships. And of course, taking part for the second time ever participating in these national championships. If you're joining us, this is Ferdinand Omanyala, winner of heat number 1 of the 200 meters here at the Ulinzi Sports Complex. Remember, several hits to go. Talking about 8 hits of the 200 meters men. And we are down to hit number 2. Missing is hit lane number 4 and 5. So according to what we have here, Justin Isaboke will be missing with Elijah Nkware Matayo. So Kun Warliam of ART will be running in lane number 1. He's also missing. So this is going to be very interesting because in lane number 2 we have John Dura Daudi of Coast, Ronald Kiprono Koech in lane number 3. And then in lane number 6 we'll have Yedjuwik Akul Ayul of South Sudan. The man adjusting his blocks right now on your screens. Yedjuwik Akul Ayul. And then in lane number 7, the man from Western is Kelvin Kisaka Mandu and Ben Ryan of the United Kingdom. Supposed to be running in lane number 8.
Of course, watching from the screens is Ray Jr. Omulupi, watching from all the way from Kariako, together with the mother, Harriet Nawana. Thank you very much for your tuning in as we go on to the men 200 meters, hit number 2, Kunwa. John Daudi, Ronald Kipkoech of Kenya Police, of course, one of the favorites, running in lane number 3. Lane number 6 will have Achwil Ayul from South Sudan. Lane number 7 will have Kelvin Kisaka Maundu, and in lane number 8 we'll have Ben Ryan from the UK as listed. Kevin Maundu there, and Ben Ryan from the UK. They are running in lane number 8. Most welcome, Ray Jr. Omulupi, all the way from Karioko, watching on your screens. Hazel Namenya also watching from Kariako. Men 200 meters. Of course, the clear favorite in lane number 3, just coming off the blocks, accelerating so well and negotiating the bend, is Kiprono Koech of Kenya Police Service. Just coming into the curve and leading. Running with the intent there is Kiprono Koech of Kenya Police Service, opening up 10 or 20 meter gap as he finishes it there clear of the rest. Kiprono Koech of the Kenya Police Service. Has moved to hit number 4 of the men 200 meters. As we move to hit number 4 of the men 200 meters. The race is coming in quick and fast here at the Ulinzi Sports Complex. We move to hit number 3, where we'll have, this one looks like a final in a hit. Hit number 3 is a final in a hit. Victor Barasa, Onesmus Zioka, Brian Okoth, Samuel Chege, Simani Regao, Elkana Sabila, and Wambua Mwasia.
I'm just curious, so many athletes not making a cut in the heats. What could be the problem?
The problem is we have a 100-meter semi-final in the next 40 or 45 minutes. So somebody's just weighing the options. Do I run the 200-meter hit, or do I save my energy for the 100 meters semi-final? And then remember, the 200 meters semi-final will be run the first thing tomorrow morning. So somebody's just, most of these athletes are weighing. Do I run this hit of the 200 meter and get eliminated at the hit, or do I run the semi-final? As you can see on your screens, Samuel Chege, the clear favorite, and Simani Regao, lane number 5 and lane number 6. Of course, clear absentee is Elkana Sabila Kiprotich of the Kenya Prison Service, who was to run in lane number 7. Also absent is Brian Okoth from Nyanza, who was to run in lane number 3. So the clear favorites, lane number 5, Samuel Chege, the most experienced, and Simani Regao, just turned 21 last month. Clean finish there from Samuel. Clean start from Samuel Chege as Simani negotiates the bend. The two favorites, Samuel Chege, Simani Regao, onto the stretch. Samuel Chege pulls away and just telling the rest, guys, get me at the finishing line. Lane number 7 just comes and finishes there in second position. Wambua Mwasia finishing in second, and Simani Regao finishing in third in that heat of the men 200 meters. We move to that is Samuel Chege on your screens from KDF. Greg, have you seen the guy just from Central? Is it that painful? Is the 200 meter that painful?
It also depends with the, you talked about having the right gear for the races. So if you came here, let's say, in a borrowed gear, let's say the spikes or something, then it becomes very painful because the track is hot, even in very chilly conditions. So that might be the case, or we might have just pulled a muscle or two, but very competitive. But then Samuel Chege has been on the rise of late, of course. He's done really well over the last couple of years, and you can see clearly that he is doing something great here at the Ulinzi Sports Complex, and qualifies for the semi-final of the 200 meters that will be happening tomorrow, first thing in the morning here at the Ulinzi Sports Complex. Of course, Samuel Chege and Ferdinand Omanyala winning their respective hits. And now we are down to hit number 3 and hit number 4.
Hit number 4, as you can see on your screens, the one adjusting the blocks in lane number 6 is Zablon Ekwam. Is very big on 400 meters, but today has narrowed it down to the 200 meters. But today, do we know, will he run in that trouser, or will he change from the trousers? Remember, at the KDF championships, he ran the hits in trousers and he won that hit. Here is just showing that I can also do it again.
Remember him also in during the Kip Keino Classic, did a very good 400 meters race. But in the last Athletics Kenya track and field, he did a 20.46, which was really impressive, and I could feel him celebrating that one. I really long to see what Ekwam can do in these national finals.
Remember these finals, it has been pitted Ekwam versus Omanyala. Who will be the winner? Will it be the home ground athlete Ekwam, or will it be the visitor, Ferdinand Omanyala? Of course, from the books, the hot favorite will be Ferdinand Omanyala. But remember, that is not his specialty. His specialty is in the 100 meters. As we can see there, that is Hesbon Ochieng, also from the KDF. Constant figure in the Kenya national team, 4x100 meters. Also in lane number 3 is from the NYS, Alex Masharia Kariuki. Ekwam always has, I don't know if he'll run in trousers or he will remove them, but it will look so bad to the other athletes when he wins in such trousers. But that is a qualm for you. He'll do everything possible just for all of you to have a discussion on him. He just wants to get the discussion away from Omanyala to him. I love that man. He's clear favorite for this. Lane number 8, Duncan Opondo. Lane number 7, Samuel Muye. Lane number 6, Zablon Ekwam. Lane number 5, Esbon Ocheng. Lane number 4, Alex Masharia Kariuki. Who will be the winner? Lane number 3, Yusuf Mohammed and Efi Musembi from Eastern. Lane number 2. And lane number 1 will have Salat Halkano also from Eastern. Remember, lane 1, lane 2, Eastern, lane 4, NYS, lane 5, Prisons, lane 6, Ekwam, lane number 7, Southern, and lane number 8, Nyanza North. Ekwam and Esbon, those are the two favorites, lane number 5 and lane number 6. Of course, as you can see, Ekwam running in trousers. The discussion has to be centered on him. Will he run at 20 point in trousers? Lane number 5 and lane number 6. Clean start from Ekwam and Esbon Ocheng. I know Esbon Ocheng will be coming quick and fast from the curve as Ekwam just pulls away from the rest of the field in trousers. That is Ekwam and Ocheng. Ekwam and Ocheng. Ekwam just pulls away from the rest of the field and jogs to the finishing line. Esbon Ocheng coming in second. Zablon Ekwam from the KDF running in trousers, being followed closely by Esbon Ocheng from the Kenya Prison Service. I know Esbon Ocheng will not have a field day today at the prison camp.
It will be very difficult for him, but the man who always wants to be the center of attraction is Zablon Ekwam, running in tracksuits. So funny way, but I just like the way he has that confidence, even if he knows that he's under pressure. He's done great things as Zablon Ekwam, and that final promises to be fireworks if you go by the look of things here. Zablon Ekwam, Samuel Chege, Ferdinand Omanyala finishing top in their respective hits in these 200 meters, and that shows you that this is going to be a very, very interesting final when the day comes. That is tomorrow on day 2 of this national championship. But Esbon Ocheng, a very experienced man, of course, coming from the prison department. I've seen him over the years, but then he's never lived up to his full potential, and I feel that time is running out.
Sure, you are right, Greg. Remember, this year, just early this year, he had a border accident that really set him behind. That is Esbon Ocheng. So he didn't make the team to the World Relays, and he won't run to his potential this season because of that injury. Still nursing that hip injury from Kenya Prisons. Esbon Ocheng. As we move over to hit number 5 of the men 200 meters. Lane number 1, Benson Wanyonyi from Central Rift. Lane number 2, Ismail Talengo, KFS. Lane number 3, Griffin Shedi from North Rift. Lane number 4, Kevin Kipkorir, Prisons. Lane number 5, Kevin Joktan of NYS. Lane number 6, Mark Lomonyang, North Rift. Lane number 7, Stephen Okumu, NYS. And lane number 8, Shadrach Kantai Sanin from KWS. The man to watch is lane number 4, Kevin Kipkorir of Kenya Prisons and Kevin Joktan of NYS. Lane number 4 and 5, Kevin Kipkorir and Kevin Joktan. Hit number 5 of the men 200 meters. This is a full house. All 8 athletes have turned up. Remember, the semifinals of the 200 meters will be held early tomorrow morning after the 20 kilometers walk for both men and women. Coming live from the Ulinzi Sports Complex. As you can see on your screens, the lane number 8 has to make way with the waters. There's nothing the athletes can do. They just have to run on what has been provided. That is God's nature. Who will it be? Kevin Kipkorir from Kenya Prisons. or Kevin Joktan from the NYS? Kevin Kipkorir, just an absentee for this hit. Kevin Joktan, lane number 5. Lane number 6 is bib number 314 from North Rift. Kevin Joktan of NYS. This is Kunwar of the refugees running in bib number 092 now, coming just behind Kevin Joktan of the NYS. Kunwar finishes second. As we move to the men 200 meters, hit number 6, we're in lane number 1, we'll have Abubakar Chombo side of Coast. Lane number 2, Kevin Kipkorir, KWS. Lane number 3, Joshua Mamba, Nyanza North. Lane number 4, Martin Juma of Kenya Prisons. Lane number 5, Isaac Omurwa of Universities. Lane number 6, Isaiah Sialel, Universities. Lane number 7, Jackson Sifa, Coast. And lane number 8, Anthony Nzomo, running in bib number 877. Clear favorite here, Martin Juma, 664, Kenya Prisons. And Isaiah Sialel, 791 of Universities. Abubakar Chombo, lane number 1. Lane number 8, we have Anthony Nzopo. Remember, the rules for these sprints is all legs have to be placed on the pads, both pads. as the official there tells Anthony Nzomo of lane number 8. Something is amiss. Lane number 8, Anthony Nzomo. Both feet have to be placed on the pads. Greg, is this a new style? Clean start there from the athletes as they come off the blocks. Martin Juma there from Kenya Prisons. Clear favorite for this. Will it be the one? Will it be Juma or Isaiah? Martin Juma there from Kenya Prisons taking the lead and just relaxing as he goes into the finishing line. Kenya Prisons, Martin Juma finishes there. As we move to the men 200 meters, heat number 7. In lane number 1, we'll have Elisha Kiplangat. Lane number 2, we'll have Stephen Owaga. Lane number 3, Jared Kipngeno. Lane number 4, Tony Simiu. Lane number 5, Benson Lekishon. Lane number 6, Eric Jabuto. Lane number 7, Jonathan Kialo. And lane number 8 is Ryan Mokisha Kamba from Coast. A lot of absentees also in this. A lot of absentees in this. Full house for this. Full house, all back on their blocks. Elisha, Stephen, Jared, Tony, Benson, Eric, Jonathan, and Ryan. We have differently abled athletes in this, from Jonathan Kialo and Eric Nyabuto, running with the able-bodied. Lane number 1 from the Utawala Springs Club is Elijah Kiplangat, just coming in there, running to the finishing line, and wins that hit number 7 of the men 200 meters. Elisha Kiplangat of Kati. Kati is Technical Training Institutes. And we have Elisha Mwakisha just pulling one of his hamstrings there. Elisha Mwakisha from Coast, just lying there on the track being treated by the medical staff. That is a sprinter's worst nightmare, hamstring injuries. as we move to the final heat of the men 200 meters, where Dennis Kipkorir will be running in lane number 1 for central lift. Elijah Makini will be running in lane number 2. Just before that, just look at the photo finish. Let's just look at the replay of the men 200 meters, heat number 7. Elisha Kiplangat running for Kati in Utawala Springs Club West, just coming there fast from lane number 1. That was Elisha Kiplangat winning. And now we hit number 8. 8th and final hit. In lane number 1 is Dennis Kipkorir running for central lift. In lane number 2, Elijah Makini, who is able differently. Lane number 3, Dennis Mwai of Kenya Police, clear favorite. Lane number 4, missing is Clinton Aluvi. Lane number 5, lane 6 from Tanzania is based on Kahesi Samuel. Lane number 7, Collins Kigen Barmasai. And lane number 8, Dennis Kiprono of South Rift. Missing in action is Clinton Aluvi of Kenya Police. But Dennis Mwai, they are representing the Kenya Police, running in lane number 3. Dennis Mwai being coached by Perpetual Mbutu, who is back from Budapest, running in lane number 3 for Kenya Police. In lane number 2, we have a able differently athlete. Clean start there. Dennis Mwai turning on the gears as he navigates the bend, trying to come off the curve as position number 1. From lane number 3 is Dennis Mwai, pumping his arms, powering into the stretch is Dennis Mwai, running for Kenya Police, pulling away from the rest of the field as he crosses the line and wins that final heat of the men 200 meters. Of the next event of the on the track will be the men and women 1500 meters. Men and women 1500 meters, where we expect to see the big names. Remember, Faith Kipyego will be running later today in Paris, trying to break the 1 mile record. Faith Kipyego will be trying to break the 1 mile record by running sub 4 minutes all the way in Paris, France. We wish you all the best, Faith, as you step on the tracks later today. May the ovens close so that you can have a clean weather. We wish you all the best, Faith. Remember, Nike has put in everything within their powers to make this a sub 4 minute for Faith Kipyego, running in a special jumpsuit, special bra, and special spikes. All this by Nike, just to have their main athlete later today breaking the 4 minute mark for the mile. Faith Kipyego. All the best, Faith. Of course, with their coach and training partner also there at the finishing line, just to witness history. The race will be held later today, 9 p.m. Kenyan time. 9 p.m. Kenyan time in Paris. Will she be the first athlete to run under 4 minutes in the mile for the women? And here in Kenya, in the 1500 meters women category, in this final, we'll be having Lucy Waithira Kuria, Virginia Rubia, Diana Cheroben, Vivian Chebet, Josephine Nyamusi, Trezia Mugonye, Purity Chepkirui, Faith Mwende, Sharon Cheruto, Faith Chebet, Consoracha Jeruto, Teresia Modoni, Nancy Chepkemei, Elizabeth Magoma, Frida Bosibori, Emily Kemunto, Wilfred Mbite, Mary Ekirui. And in the men field, the national champion, world champion, Olympic silver medalist Timothy Cheruiyot will be on the tracks. So will be Brian Komen, Reynold Cheruiyot, Vincent Keter. Full start is a started field in the men category. Reynold Cheruiyot, Vincent Keter will be in semi-final number 1. Brian Kiplagat, Abel Kipsang will be, and Alfred Kipketa will be in semi-final number 2. In semi-final number 3 will be Timothy Cheruiyot and Brian Komen. All these just some of the names that will be lining up in the 1500 meters men semi-final, all gunning for a place in the final that will be run tomorrow here at the Ulinzi Sports Complex.
On your screens, we have the women's 1500 meters that is about to begin. That is a women's final. A total of 19 athletes taking part in this race. And remember, this will be a straight final. Off they go. That is the women's 1500 meters. Remember, this is a straight final. The numbers that came through were not as many compared to the men's race, so there won't be hits. We'll have the 1500 meters women as a straight final. Vivian Chebet Kiprotich from KDF is in second position, followed closely by her counterpart also from KDF, Diana Cheroben. Indeed, already the leading pack has started to split away and cut off from the rest of the athletes. And we have Consolata Geruto from Eastern there on the lead. In fourth position, we have Christine Danu from Southern, who's trailing the KDF duo of Diana Cheroben and Vivian Kiprotich. And the gap is slowly opening up. The skies have opened up. It is somehow shining here at the Ulinzi Sports Complex compared to the early morning weather where it was very chilly, and at some point there were showers. Well, Diana Vivian Kiprotich is now closing in the gap and almost taking the lead. Diana Cheruben is still in third position. There goes the final bell. The bell for the final lap has just rung. You can hear the cheers from the crowd favorite, rather the home ground favorite, that is a KDF, considering they are the hosts here. Vivian is coming in on the outer lane. Still maintaining his gap. His teacher is still okay. Diana Cheruben is still trailing in third position. As they negotiate that curve towards the 200-meter mark, you can see Vivian Chebet Kiprotich of KDF has now taken the lead, and she is in pole position towards the sprint finish, towards the final home stretch, and indeed she's gonna win this one in a fantastic fashion. And there she has taken the race. In position number 1, we also have in position number 3 also from KDF. We have a second hit. There's a point of correction. Initially, it was communicated that they're going to have a street final, but now we have another hit. The winner of the first hit, that is Diana Cheruben Cheptek, previously used to run in 5,000 meters. And during the Nakuru and Kapsabet meets, she was seen taking part in the 1,500 meters, clocking a time of 4 minutes, 28.5 seconds. And now the second heat has just begun, and off they go. Teresia Mudhoni Gateri of Central is now on the lead. Brilliant shots of the leg shots. Mary Nyarai Yakiru of Police, a seasoned athlete over this distance, is trailing in second position. And Nancy Chipkemei of KDF is in third position, just following closely. And we have two more athletes in the leading pack, maintaining an equal distance of a meter each amongst themselves. We can see Sharon Cheruto coming in on the outer lane in position number 5. Actually, that is a Winfred Mbithensisa of National Youth Service in position number 5, trying to catch up with the first 4. Teresia Mudhoni Gateri is still on the lead, not relenting and giving up her position. There goes the bell for the final lap. And also to say thank you to our sponsors, that is a Kenya Commercial Bank, KCB, Coca-Cola, as well as Betika, ADAC, who are some of the partners and sponsors who've ensured that Athletics Kenya runs smoothly, as well as offering support for such events. On the lead now we have Teresia Mudhoni Gateri on the lead, taking it closely. However, there is a competition coming from the side, from the lady from the National Police Service, bib number 597, that is Mary Nyarai Yakiru from the police. Mary Nyarai has now taken the lead. Mary Nyarai on the home stretch, running, and she has crossed the line with ease ahead of Teresia Mudhoni Gateri. She indeed did reserve her energy, running in the inner lane and coming out strong during the final stretch and winning the race easily. The first heat of the men's 1500 meters, we have Aden Hassan Abdi Fatah, Anthony Kibet from Central Reef, Justice Mwema of Eastern Party, Kipron Rotich of KDF, Emmanuel Gautier Klemama of KWS, Abdirahman Jama, Ezekiel Kiprop of North Rift, Collins Cheriot of Nyanza North, Nelson Akama of Nyanza South, Solomon Kimutai of NYS, Reynold Cheriot of Police, Vincent Keter, Prisons, James Msembi of Southern, Hezira Kemboi of Universities, Johnson Tenkes of Nairobi, Clifford Kipkoech of Kenya Forest Service, and Patrick Kipkurui of Universities, and off they go. Reynolds Cheriot of the National Police Service is on the lead. An athlete to watch over this distance, very experienced as well. Vincent Keter of Prisons is coming in on the outer lane, just following closely. He's slowly catching up with Ronald Cheriot, who's in first position. Ronald Cheriot has previously represented the country in various events, winning gold in the under 20 in 2022 and 1500 meters. Other world cross country, winning silver in the under 20 race, that is in 2023. In 2023, again in July, he won. He took part in the world mile. He has a personal best of 3 minutes, 30.30 seconds. There goes the bell for the final lap. And indeed, the man from Kenya Prisons is now opening up. But however, Korir is not relenting. Rather, Ronald Cheriot is not relenting and has also opened the gap. There you have Vincent Keter on the lead. Vincent Keter on the lead, and now we have the man from KDF, Patrick Kiprono Rotich, now in second position. Vincent Keter has already opened a very big gap, about 15 meters. But the man from Kenya Prisons has said, no, I'm not relenting and I want to come in second position. However, the KDF man will take none of that easily. And Patrick Kiprono Rotich of KDF comes in second position behind the man from police, that is Vincent Keter, just fresh from the Diamond League. Soon we'll have heater number 2. The participants are Silas Kipchumba Kiplagat from Central Reef, Carlos Kipruto of KDF, Charles Simoto of KDF, Alvin Parsari of KWS, Amon Bet Kip Korir of Nairobi, George Lemis of North Rift, Eliazar Kosgi of Nyanza North, Vincent Guachi of Nyanza South, Abel Kipsang of Police, Brian Kiplagat of South Rift, Nelson Simiren, Julius Letaponi of Universities, Duncan Waweru, Nairobi, Alfred Kipketer of Central Rift, Miritei Litan of Kenya Forest Service, as well as his colleague Robert Kimtai Korir and Laban Limo Ndiema. See there, veteran coach Leting in an orange cape, the black t-shirt, in his hands akimbo. So the athletes have been called for to start the race. And there they go. Charles Simoto is on the lead as at the start of the race. Alfred Kipketer is in a second position. Remember, Alfred was once in the 800 meters and also took part in the
The preparation World Championship ndio inakuja.
Ndio napambana nataka championship. So uzuri nishapata standard ya ku qualify kwenda trial ya World Championship. So bado ndang'ang'ania ndio nipate hiyo slot ya kuwakilisha Kenya kwa World Championship. So ndafurahi sana. Yeah.
Na prediction yako Kenya sasa tuko wapi kwa mbio ya 1500?
Kwa mbio ya 1500 naona si mbaya. Kwa sababu kuna wenye bado wanajitokeza kama Manuel wenye alikimbia juzi 327. Bado hatuko mbaya. Yeah.
All the best and congratulations.
Asante.
That was Abel Kipsang. He was talking about the 1500 meters performance. He's happy that he's already qualified. Now he'll be looking forward to sharpen his speed, and he's also saying that the 1500 meters, they have now quality athletes. He also recognized the performance of Fanuel Koech, who ran our under 20 record, and also he ran his own personal best. Over to you, Mlemi, as we continue with the next heat.
Kuna veni ni
3.5 laps of this 1,500 meters. Of course, a couple of names to look forward to, including Ronald Kwemoy in this third heat of the men's 1,500 meters final. Gibson Kiprop still and heating up the track here at the Ulinzi Sports Complex on this first day of the National Athletics Championships. That is just as begun. From the outside is the man from Prisons, Timothy Cheriot. Very familiar face in this 1,500 meters. Remember, he is a former national world champion over the distance. 2019 Doha, Qatar, just about edging the current Olympic champion. I'm talking about Jacob Ingebrigtsen, and now Timothy Cheriot is in third place as they navigate through this one. Just closing by is Matthew Kipsang of Kenya Defence Forces. It's Timothy Cheriot hitting the front as they take the bell. It is Timothy, Matthew Kipsang, Timothy Cheriot in his famous style and fashion. Matthew Kipsang from the outside tries as much as possible to take the lead, but then Timothy Cheriot accelerates. It is Kipsang versus Timothy Cheriot. Look at the focus between these two players. Matthew Kipsang checks over his shoulder to see where Timothy Cheriot is. This is going to be very, very tight. The 1,500 meters heat number 3, and Timothy Cheriot decides to stretch those long legs of it. Of course, lactic acid coming in. Of course, the adrenaline on top. It is Timothy Cheriot, the former world champion over the distance. He knows he has what it takes, accelerates as he knows Matthew Kipsang is coming to close by. But it will be Timothy Cheriot just about winning that one ahead of Matthew Kipsang of KDF. And that is the man on your screens right now. Very experienced Timothy Cheriot from Prisons, winner of the third heat of the 1,500 meters. Aiming to book a ticket for the World Athletics Championships in August. So this is a very crucial stage in his career. Timothy Cheriot getting congratulatory messages there from one of the track officials, and this is going to be very interesting. We also want to hear what Timothy has to say after winning this, and Charity will be speaking to Timothy right now. And of course, I'm sure Timothy has some beautiful stories, but then it seems like he's trying so much to just, and I can see Cherry disappointed. I really wanted to speak to to Timothy, but then it's like Timothy was like, okay, I think I need to change. I need to relax. I got a final tomorrow. You know, those kind of things. But then Timothy Chariot just rolling back the years.
Of course, Greg. Timothy Chariot, now based in South Africa. You know, when Kenya, when we decided to host the Chan, the tartan track at Nyayo was stripped, and the tartan track at Kasarani was stripped, and where I used to train is at Rongai Athletics Club at James Cambridge. That tartan is already worn out, so there was no other option. Yeah, he had to train either here at Ulinzi or move base. So we opted to shift him to the high performance training center in South Africa. So that's where he's based. And I understand when he's refused that interview, because it's getting cold by the day, and he doesn't want to risk it, you know. So Timothy, they are opting to go change, maybe then come for the interview. But tomorrow we hope we'll be able to catch all of them on the interviews, as we wait for the men and women 100 meters semifinals.
The 100 meters semifinals will be coming up in a bit. And we'll be waiting to see who books a ticket to the final of this 100 meters. I can see Doreen Waka.
That's Sophia in lane number 2, Waka in lane number 3. Lane number 4 is Delisha Etiang from Lois Morara from KDF. Lane number 5 is Masitsa from Kenya Prisons. Lane number 6, also from Kenya Prisons, is Yvonne. Lane number 8, will Waka become the national champion this year? That is the big question that she needs to answer. Will it be Waka, or Mbagari will retain a title? Olympian in lane number 7 from South Sudan, Lucia William. This is a studded field in the 100 meter semi-final. Remember, the first 3 to cross the line make it to the final, and the next 2 losers. Now they don't say the next 2 losers, they say the next 2 fastest. We're just confirming. Sophia Adhiambo, Selfa Adhiambo in lane number 8. Selfa. Now trains at Transcend Academy in Trans Nzoia. Selfa Adhiambo. Lane number 2, Mary Sophia. Lane number 3, Doreen Waka. Lane number 4, Brenda Masisa. 5, Lois Morara. 6, Yvonne Mwangala. 7, Lucia William. And lane number 8, Selfa Adhiambo. The first 3 to cross the line make it to the final. The clear favorite, Brenda Masisa, Doreen Waka, and Brenda Masitsa. 6 is Yvonne Mwangala. Clean start there from the athletes, and from Kenya Police, Doreen Waka pulls away from the rest of the field. And just as predicted, the first 3 cross the line. Doreen Waka in first position. Number 2 was Brenda Masisa, and number 3 was Lois Morara from KDF. Police, Prisons, and KDF. Doreen Waka there wins the first semi-final of the women 100 meter. Sophia coming in a distance 4th. Mary Sophia, distance 4th. Remember, she ran her first sub 12 this season, then got injured. Lucia William there feeling disappointed from her run. Even in the heats, she finished a distance third. Felt so disappointed. And here beaten to about 5th position. As you see the replay of the women semi-final 1. Selfa in lane number 8. Lucia, lane number 7. Yvonne Mwangala, lane number 6. Lois Morara. Brenda Masisa there had a very bad start, but managed to come up. So look at her top mechanic speed. Look at her top mechanics. Look at her form. Coming in to finish third behind Lois Morara of KDF. Who will be the winner tomorrow? Let's wait and see the second semi-final of the women 100 meters. In this semi-final, we have Monica Safania in lane number 2. Lane number 3, we have Bagari. Lane number 4, we have Kadogo. Lane number 6, Delisha Etiang. Lane number 7, Lillian of North Nyanza North. Lane number 7, KDF. And lane number 8, Edna Ogendi from Eastern. Monica Zafania, lane number 2, Kenya Police. Lane number 3, the defending national champion, Esther Mbagari. Lane number, bib number 572. The last event tomorrow. 100 meters final, both men and women, will be the last event of the day tomorrow. Of course, this is courtesy of Ferdinand Omanyala. Brilliance. In the past, what will finish the events will be 4x400 meters for both men and women. But in this championship, the climax of the event, 100 meters, both men and women, final tomorrow. Women semi-final 2, 100 meters. Edna Ogendi, lane number 8. Clean start there from the athletes. Who will be the winner? Estambagari just pulling away from Eunice Kadogo. Liliana Oko coming in, just closing in on 3rd position. The winner, of course, was Estambagari from Kenya Prisons, followed closely by Eunice Kadogo from Kenya Police and Elisha Atiang of KDF. It's Prisons, Police, KDF.
And see Monica Safania grimacing. But then, is the change from 100 meters to 400 meters affecting Estambagari? Because I feel she's slowing down.
Not really slowing her down, but I just think her joining the Kenya Prisons has taken just a bit of something from her. You know, at the Kenya Prisons training camp at Ruiru, you are not allowed to train as much as you used to train when you're outside the camp. So it's just a little bit of you just getting accustomed to what they do. And of course, in this semi-final of 100 meters is the race favorite, Ferdinand Omanyala from Kenya Police. Racing against Tyson Juma will be in lane number 4, Eastern. Lane number 5 will be Stephen Onyango of KDF. Tyson Juma, lane number 3. Elkana Sabila, lane number 1. Martin Juma Prisons, lane number 2. Moses Wasike, lane number 3. Tyson Juma, lane number 4. Ferdinando Manyala, lane number 5. Lane number 6 will be Stephen Onyango Odhiambo. Lane number 7, Brian Okoth, 20 years old, who ran in the under 20. And lane number 8 will be Justin Mogoi Isaboke of KDF. Studded field in this one, Greg.
Brian Okoth finished second in the under-20 trials for the African Championships in Nakuru just over a week ago. And he's coming up against the big man. Of course, the likes of Omanyala, we have Martin Juma, Elkana Sabila. This is a very star-studded lineup. And of course, what I want just to see is how Brian will try cope up with the most experienced field in this one. Because the likes of Tyson Juma, Martin Juma, Sabila, Juma, Omanyala, Stephen, this is huge.
Remember, Moses Wasike was in the team that ran at the World Relays. So is Stephen Onyango and Omanyala. So 3 of the 8 athletes here ran at the World Relays in China. So it will be 3 that made the team against Brian Okoth. Remember also Tyson Juma, who was just second behind Meshak Babu at the Akibua Memorial, is lined up in lane number 4. This will be tough race. Whoever holds the composure and follows Omanyala just behind will take the second position. And for me, my prediction will be Omanyala, Onyango, Tyson Juma, and then Moses Wasike.
Can't wait to see. That's Tyson Juma. Ferdinand Omanyala, lane number 5, of course. That is Stephen Onyango, Brian Okoth, and Isaboke in lane number 8. So this is very interesting. Brian Okoth, the man in the green bib, just about finished second and has already qualified for the Africa Junior Athletics Championships to be held in Nigeria, and is up against the big boys. Tyson Juma is there. Isaboke is there in lane number 8. Ferdinand Omanyala in lane number 5. And of course, there is Moses, there is Wasike, and of course, Elkana Sabila, who will be running in lane number 1. So this is going to be very intense, but then we try look at the time. In the morning, Ferdinand ran a 10.27. Will he improve on that? We are wait to see, because this is the first semi-final. And this is very interesting. Is it a faulty or a false start? Who is nervous here? Coach Hillary.
Of course, no athlete wants to be red carded in this for a false start. All of them are hoping that the officials will turn back and give them a green card to mean that was a faulty start from the machine. Every athlete is suspicious right now. Apart from Ferdinand Omanyala, everyone else is suspicious. Nobody wants to be red carded. Of course, the starter there, Mr. Nyangao, the retired 01 Nyangao, father to Mike Mokamba and Walter Moenga, just giving instructions to the official there that just walk around, go get your card out. So she's past lane number 1 all the way to lane number 7. Brian Okoth, red carded.
Oh, such a nasty story for Brian Okoth, runner-up, of course, in the under-20 trials last week in Nakuru. It's pressure that came through this because he actually looked over his shoulder. There was Omanyala on his right, there was Isaboke, but then we are yet for another start because the young man has left the scene, so it's up to Ferdinand Omanyala and the rest to battle it out, and this is going to be very intense.
Who will be the winner? Of course, that is Ferdinand Omanyala. Second position, will it be Stephen Onyango or Tyson Juma, or will it be Wasike or Isaboke? We wait and see what unfolds. Clean start there from the athletes. Omanyala, of course, coming in fast, very fast off his blocks and just pulling away from the rest of the field. As you can see, Stephen Onyango in second position, as I had predicted. Ferdinand Omanyala wins that semi-final.
Ferdinand Omanyala improves on his time posted earlier on in the day, 10.09, of course, an official time. But then Stephen Onyango also proving why he was in that team to the World Relays. But it is Ferdinand Omanyala. He's been doing 10-0 something. We just hope maybe in this final is where we're going to see him crack a 9 for the first time this season. But then also that man on your screen, Stephen Onyango, the man from KDF, he really pushed Omanyala all the way. But the saddest part is where Brian Okoth could not actually get into the final for missing out with a fault start, of course, and that was not a very good story. But that man on your screen, Ren, has run 3 races today. He has shown he is patriotic, and just look at how well this was concentrated before the start of this race. There you go, Brian Okoth missing in lane number 1, but the rest had what it takes. Brian Okoth, of course, in lane number 7, and look at how well Ferdinand Omanyala got off the blocks. Sabila tried so hard. After 20 meters, he was leading, but then Ferdinand Omanyala, we know after the 30, he is always on fire, and he accelerated, just about edging everyone else. Stephen Onyango trying so hard to come by, but then Ferdinand Omanyala just easing after that mark and winning this first semi-final, which has made him, of course, a household name in the country. This man who is the Africa's fastest man in the 100 meters. There you go, Ferdinand Omanyala, of course, a darling of everyone who is actually able to reach out to him. That man, Simani Regao, is the other one to watch out in this semi-final number 2. Of course, we have two hits of the semi-final. This is Simani Regao, of course, being coached by one Mr. Hilary Songa. Ferdinand Omanyala, of course, winning 10.09 official time confirmed. Stephen Odhiambo Onyango 10.28, Moses Wasike 10.53, Tyson Juma 10.65, and of course Isaboke 10.69 and 10.72, meaning that all these athletes are able to go to the final, but it will all depend with who actually beats Ferdinand Omanyala, because you look at the difference between Omanyala 10.09 and 10.27, 10.28. It's not really a close thing, because you look at the difference is huge, because a microsecond in sprints is just something else.
Of course, Greg, 10.09 and 10.28 is quite a distance, about a meter or so. And that is Charles Nyamweya from Nairobi, bib number 352. That is the favorite of this semi-final, Meshak Babu from KDF. Isaac Omurwa lines up there in bib number 789. Of course, that is Hesbon Ochieng, the first starter from Kenya Prisons. There we have Clive and Simani Regao from Eastern. And lane number 8, Masharia from NYS. Started field again in this semi-final of 100 meters. Dennis Kipkoril, Charles Nyamweya, Meshak Babu, Isaac Omurwa, Esbon Ochieng, Clinton Aluvi, Simani Regao, and Alex Masharia. Who will be the winner of this race? Will it be Clinton, Esbon Ochieng, Isaac Omurwa, or Meshak Babu? Clean favorite is Meshak Babu of KDF.
That young man there, Meshak Babu, literally bouncing on the track, because he literally flew towards winning the second semi-final of the 100 meters. 10.24 is the time posted. Of course, the second fastest time in this field this afternoon. And it is his personal best, I'm told. Meshak Babu, you can feel the buzz in him. And look at how well they concentrated before the beginning of this race. Simani Regao, they are running in lane number 6. And you can feel that they understood the assignment, and they got very smoothly. And Simani Regao not really coming off the block well, but look at how fast Meshak Babu was. He knew exactly what to do, when to do. And Isaac Omurwa, of course, accelerating inside the last 20 meters. Hesbon Ochieng just fading out. Kelvin Kipkorir coming in also, but then it was Meshak Babu. You could feel that he had this, and of course winning this 100 meters, and is in the road to the final.
Something that you've missed, Greg. Clinton Aluvi finishing in 3rd, making it straight to the final of the men 100 meters, beating Esbon Ochieng to 4th position. Charity, you can take it over.
10.53 seconds race that he ran last week in Nakuru to 10.44 seconds here. Clinton, una feel aje kuhusu leo?
Well, na feel poa, juu nimeweza kushinda. Siko na believe ati naweza piga PB. Nikawa jua PB maybe ndakimbia tu vile nilikimbia Nakuru. But kuweka personal best siko tarajia, na nimeshukuru God juu nimeweka personal best leo. So juu naenda under 20 Nigeria, so watch out for me. Najua nita prove kitu huko hivyo na niteka another PB hata kesho.
Na sahi bado unaendelea na preparations zako za under 20 za nini camp, una sharpen nini sana? Last time ulisema take off ilikuwa slow kidogo, sahi umerekebisha?
Nimeweza kurekebisha after nilitoka camp. My coach Madam Perpetua aliweza kuntrain na take off, na sasa nimeona nimeimprove, jende imenisaidia. Nimeweza kuja mpaka nikaweza manage position 3 kwa hii semis yangu.
All the best and congratulations.
Sir, thank you very much.
That was Clinton Aluvi. He ran today. He has been able to lower his personal best again, and he's hoping that tomorrow he will be able to put an impressive time. He's saying that he really wants to go and also be among the podium finishers in Nigeria during the under 20 competition. Over to you, Mulemi, as we continue with the 400 meters race.
The 400 meters just about, but I'm told it's the 200 decathlon that is coming up right now. It is the heptathlon race. Sally Jepkosgei, Anne Kandie, Susan Murray of KDF, and Maureen Wafula. Those are the participants in that race. Sally Jepkosgei, Anne Kandie, Susan Murray, and Anne Wafula. So that's the starting lineup for the heptathlon women race.
Clean start there from the heptathletes. Remember, they're taking part in 7 events. Maureen Wafula just pulls away from the rest of the field and tells them goodbye. Say you are the finishing line. Maureen Wafula there, running so well, being followed by her compatriot from prison, Sally Chepkosgei. Maureen Wafula with her long strides, high knees and long stride as she pulls away from the crowd and finishes in first position in the 200 meters heptathlon for women. 200 meters heptathlon. Remember, they're taking part in 7 events, 3 track races and 7 field events. Take part in the 200 meters. And that will be the last event of the day for them. Maureen Wafula wins that race, followed by Sally Chepkosgei, Annie Kendie, and Susan Murray of KDF, finishing in 3rd and 4th position. Remember, for the heptathlon, it is not about you winning how many races, but how many points you collect from the time you start the event to the time when you finish the event. Remember, they started today morning with the 100 meters. They'll take part in the javelin, in the high jump, the discus, later on. 2 days consecutive of 7 events. As you can see, the replay of the 100 meters semi-final number 1, where Omanyala won that race in a time of 10.09 seconds. Omanyala is aiming to run a sub-10 for the first time on Kenyan soil. Will he be able to do it? I hope he does. Can see the amount of force he applies on the ground gives him the same reaction and bounces off the track there. That's the rate of force development that he generates on the ground. Clear favorite there as he won that first semi-final. And with 9 minutes to 3 p.m., we wait for the next event, which will be the 400 meters, both men and women semi-finals. On your screens is the 400 meters women semi-final one, where in lane 1 we'll have Damaklin Bonareri of Kati. Lane number 2, Purity Joy Chepkoech of Southern. Lane number 3, Nancy Wangeshi Mwangi of NYS. Angela Chieng, NYS. Mercy Adongo Okech of the KDF, the national record holder in the 400 meters in a time of 50.14 seconds, will be lining up in lane number 5. Lane number 6 will have Brivian Nelima of Kati. Lane number 7, Margaret Naserian of KDF. And in lane number 8 will have Sarah Joel. Of course, the clear favorite in this one, Damaris Mercy Okech of the KDF.
You talked about Damaris, and I thought Mercy Okech is the national champion. That was very interesting. But then you look at this lineup, Damaklin Bonarade of KTT running in lane number 1. But then there is Mercy Adongo Okech, one of the favorites, Belvina Nelima, and of course that is Sarah Joel from Police. But Mercy Okech has had a really good season. We watched her run, and of course, during the Kip Keino Classic, we saw what she was capable of doing. Marceline Okech Adongo of KDF in lane number 5.
Remember, her running career started in 2019, where she ran a 55.99 second. 2021, she lowered by 3 microseconds to a 55.69. Last year, she ran a 55.43, and this year, 50.14. 5-second difference from last year to this year. Clear favorite for this semi-final. Mercy Adongo Okech, lane number 4. Lane number 5, sorry. Mercy Adongo Okech. Clean start there. Remember, 3 KDF athletes lining up in this race. Mercy Adongo Okech being one of them. Lanolin Oko also in that start list. Lanolina Oko just closing in on the rest. Mercy Okech leading the pack there in lane number 5. Not an ounce of struggle from her. As she negotiates with 100 meters to go, clean favorite from the rest. As she turns and comes, KDF 1, KDF 2, who will be 3? Adongo coming in, just pulling away from the rest of the field to win that first semi-final of the women 400 meters. Second is KDF again. 3 is Kati. 51.56 seconds. Mercy Adongo Okech. Remember, last year she ran a 55.43, and this year at the Kip Keino Classic, running in a time of 50.14 seconds, qualifying for the World Championship that will be held in Tokyo.
Mercy Okech, of course, one of the brightest names in the 400 meters. She's won this one, and of course, stamped authority for this one. And she is one of the few athletes that have been very consistent this season, both on the Maram track and, of course, the Tartan track. And her acceleration is just out of this world. It is Mercy Okech who's won the semi-final of these 400 meters. Of course, one more to go, as you can see on your screens. And of course, the top 3 will definitely make it to the final to take place tomorrow. And in case you're joining us, we are live from the Ulinzi Sports Complex for this first day of the National Athletics Kenya Track and Field, an event that was to be held for 3 days but has been sized down to 2. Of course, the event's coming thick and fast. No health breaks this time round, as we are used to. So it means that everything is coming thick and furious, and the weather in Nairobi, of course, fluctuating. Sometimes hot, sometimes cold, sometimes drizzling, and of course, the sunny conditions coming in between. So we have one more semi-final in the 400 meters before ushering in the next semi-final. That will be for the men, and we'll have the Decathlon coming up later on, of course, as the day proceeds. Just waiting for the lineup. of this second semi-final of the 400 meters. As the prisons three and four missing. That's Sheila Makungu. She will be running in lane number 2, so watch out for the Mercy Chebet in lane number 6. She's fresh from winning the helping her team win the mixed relays. And of course, they've already qualified for the World Championships after winning bronze in Guangzhou, China. And she's ready to stamp authority. Remember, she trains in Kericho. Mercy Chebet now representing Kenya Police. Hopefully she'll be joining the service soon. And there they go, Mercy Chebet, of course, Sheila Makungu in lane number 2. But then we are waiting to see who will try out and win this one. Mercy Chebet gliding through the 250-meter mark as they head toward the first home stretch. In that one, it is Mercy Chebet, of course, the favorite to win this one. Gladys Mumbe, of course, coming in as they take that bend towards the home straight. It is Mumbe versus Chebet, but then Chebet decides this is my race. She knows how to navigate through that curve. She knows what to do when she heads to the home straight. It is Mercy Chebet in her usual style, streaming away from the rest. Mumbe tries to catch up, but then it will be Mercy Chebet's race. We'll be waiting to see the time, but this is Mercy Chebet's race, and she's going to win this second final of the 400 meters women. Gladys Mumbe, of course, 53.00 seconds, quite a slower time than what we witnessed in the first semi-final.
Yes, of course, that was Chebet and Mumbe, Kenya Police 1 and 2. 3 and 4 was Chesebe and Nivian Mishira. Now we move to the 400 meters men semi-final. Men 400 meter semi-final. Remember, Kevin Kipkori will be lining up in this. Wanyonyi will be lining up in this. Mweresa will be lining up on this. Let's wait and see. Kevin Kiprotich will also be lining up in this semi-final. We don't know. Will it be semi-final 1 or semi-final 2?
Interesting at how things are running fast here, contrary to what we saw in Nakuru. just making it look so easy, but in Nakuru it could have taken another 10 minutes for us to go to the next race. But anyway, it is what it is. I can see there is still one more semi-final for the 400 meters. I'm talking about the women's semi-final with this is the men's first semi-final. Joshua Wanyonyi, Kevin Joktan, Alan Kipiego. And those are the results from the second semi-final. Mercy Adongo Keja first semi-final, 51.53. Angeline Achieng of NYS, 53 seconds. Bravian Nelima came in third with 54.74 seconds. Waiting for the start list. If I could get the start list. Joktan Wanyonyi. Alan Kipiego in lane number 3. Denson Kibet, George Mutinda, Kelvin Kiprotich, and Elkana Kiprotich Chem of KATTI. Looks strong.
This is a very strong semi-final. Joshua Wanyonyi, remember, employed by the KDF but running for universities. Alan Kipiego there in lane number 3, who ran a PB this year. Lane number 4, we have Brant Nega, the winner of the Kipkeino Classic B in a time of 45.06. Lane 5, Danson Kibet of South Rift. George Mutinda of Kenya Police in lane number 6. Kevin Kiprotich was also part of the team that ran at the World Relays in lane number 7. Oh goodness, Greg. Whoever pulled this semi-final was out of his mind or out of our mind. This is so studded. I don't know if we have 2 semi-finals, 3 semi-finals, or it's just 2. Remember, the first 3 to cross the line automatically qualify for the final, and the next 2 fastest from the 2 semi-finals will advance to the final. First 3 to cross the line, automatic qualification to the final. Who will be the winner of this race? Will it be Mutinda? Will it be Kevin Kipkorir? Will it be Brian Tinega? Will it be Alan Kipiego? We wait and see. Remember, Kipiego, lane number 3. Police 3. Police 4. South Rift 5. Police 6. Kenya Prison 7. Who will lock this one? Will it be the Kenya Prisons to lock this at number 1, or will it be the Kenya Prisons to arrest the top position? Who is going to take this one? Prisons, will they lock at number 1, or will the Kenya Police arrest the top position? Let's wait and see. Alan Kipiego, Brian Tinega. Clean start there from the athletes. Of course, Kevin Kipkorir, fresh from the World Relays, running in lane number 7, being closed in there by George Mutinda from the universities, but running for the Kenya Police. Remember, Police have 3 athletes in this race. 3 out of 5 is Kenya Police. Will they take the top honors, or will Kevin Kiprotich take the first position? There, George Mutinda just easing into the curve as he waits for the final stretch. And then Tinega then coming in, closing in on the rest of the field and pulling away. Alan Kipiego there, reminiscing. George Mutinda. Kenya Police will definitely take the top 3 positions. Will it be Tinega or will it be Mutinda? Is there Tinega wins it, followed by George Mutinda and Alan Kipiego there. All the 3 policemen qualifying for the final of the 400 meters that will be held tomorrow. We don't know who will be the winner tomorrow. Will it be Tinega? Will it be Kipiego? Or will it be George Mutinda from the Kenya Police? But all of them were pitted in this first semi-final of the 400 meters. The winner is Brian Tinega, of course. Brian Tinega winning that semi-final of the men 400 meters. Alan Kipiego finishing in 3rd. Just a slight error in the screens there. The winner is Brian Tinega of Kenya Police, running in bib number 560. They are kneeling. Brian Tinega, I don't know, has it made another PB or what? 5.6, bib number 560. Brian Tinega of the Kenya Police Service. Brian Tinega winning that in a new personal best time of 44.99 seconds. Coming in second was George Mutinda in a new personal best of 45.11 seconds. And so is Alan Kipiego in a new personal best time of 45.41 seconds. All 3 of them running in the personal best times in the semifinals. Like I stated earlier, whoever pitted all of these athletes in the first semifinal was nuts, because it was so fast for everybody else. We have 2 do not finish from this, from Kevin Jackton of NYS and Elkanah Kipkorir from South. Kevin Kiprotich running there in a time of 46.44. So the first 3, remember the time to beat is 46.44 seconds from Kevin Kiprotich. And on to the second.
You just talked about 3 personal bests. Could it be the effect of them qualifying for the World Relays and, of course, participating and, of course, almost finishing the podium during the World Relays in Guangzhou?
Remember, Brian Tinega is the only one who's been recruited in the Kenya Police. George Mutinda and Alan Kipiego are aiming to be recruited. As you can see there, in bib 201 is Brian Mweresa, is Boniface Mweresa. Lane number 1, Daniel Kitui. Lane number 2, Jared Momanyi. Lane number 3, Hilal Kiblaga. Lane number 4, the race favorite, Boniface Mweresa. Lane number 5, Kevin Kipkorir, one of the favorites. Lane number 6, David Sanayek. Lane number 7, Dennis Masika. Lane number 8, Kennedy Kimeu. This one also is fully packed, Gregor. This one has all the champions in it. Will we see personal best times also in this one?
Just as witnessed before, Brian winning hit number 1 of this semi-final, but then we have Kelvin Kipkorir, David Sanek, Boniface Mweresa. Lane 4, 5, and 6. This is going to be very crucial, and of course we are waiting to see who actually will try match the likes of Brian Onyari Tinega, George Mutinda, Alan Kipiego, who posted 49, 44, 49, 45, 11, 45, 41 in that order. But now it's time for Dennis Kitui in lane number 1, Jared. And those are the official times. Brian Onyari Tinega, 44.99 seconds, personal best. George Mutinda, 45.11. Alan Kipiego, 45.41. And Elkana Kiprotich did not start alongside Kevin Joktan. So those are the results of semi-final number 1. But in semi-final number 2, Daniel Kitui will be running in lane number 1. Jared Nyambweke in lane number 2. Hilary Kiplangat in lane number 3. Boniface Mweresa. Kelvin Kipkorir, David Sayanek in lane number 6, Dennis Masika Mulongo, and Kennedy Kimeu Mutoka of Southern in lane number 8.
Remember, in the first semi-final, Kenya Police took the first 3 positions. 1, 2, 3, Kenya Police. Also in this semi-final, we have 3 KDF officers. 3 of the soldiers are running in this one. Remember, in the first it was 3 policemen. Now for this one, it is 3 soldiers. Whoever did this start list really wanted us to have a treat. Remember, also Kennedy Kimau is from KDF, running in lane number 8, but today running for Southern. Clean start there from the athletes. Who will be the winner of this semi-final? Remember, the first 3 to cross the line automatically qualify for the final. Will it be Sanayek and Mweresa there pulls out of the race in lane number 5? Mweresa pulls out of the race with an injury. Sanayek now taking charge of the race. Sanayek of Kenya Prisons just negotiating there with the guy from the KDF. KDF Kenya Prisons. KDF Kenya Prisons will be the winner. KDF Kenya Prisons. Kevin Kipkorir just comes from behind wanting to pass. Oh my goodness. It's KDF that takes that race. Dennis Masika Mulongo. P Brown number 2103 wins that race ahead of Kenya Prisons athletes in 2 and 3. David Sanayek and Kevin Kipkorir.
You feel sorry for Boniface Mweresa, who just pulled after the 200-meter mark. He wasn't really able to keep up with the pace. Might have pulled a hamstring there. Boniface Mweresa, former national champion over the 400 meters. And now it is very crucial. Dennis Masika winning that one. Of course, the man from KDF winning this 400 meters, representing the Kenya Defense Forces, the man in the home turf. And just shows you how close that was. Still to come is the 400 meters decathlon and the women relay semi-final. 2 races to go before the end of day 1.
I just feel sorry for the athletes who will be running the relays, because they've run the 400 meters in the morning hits, coming in now just a few minutes ago running the semi-final, and they are expected to run the 4x400 meters relay that will come up in the next 30 minutes. I feel very sorry for them. Remember, Dennis Masika Mulongo running there in a personal best time of 45.41 seconds, followed closely by Kevin Kipkorir of Kenya Prisons running in 45.50. David Sanayek, they are closing in 3rd position at 46.20 seconds, at Dennis Kimeu Mudoki, 46.61 seconds. Ben Fazmores of KDF, of course, with a DNF, did not finish, pulled up at about 120 meters.
A recap of the previous race, that is the semi-final, number 2 of the 400 meters, which was won by Dennis Masika Mulongo of Kenya Defence Forces. So unfortunate for Brian Moresa, running in lane number 4, pulling out, but then this was a really, really tough race. Mulongos, with just over 60 meters to go, decided to pull away from the 2 men from the prison department and eventually winning that 400 meters in style, with the prison coming in number 2 and number 3, signaling the end of that beautiful race here at the Ulinzi Sports Complex. The 400 meters decathlon men, the lineup is out. Bismarck Soy, Edwin Kering, Stephen Mutunga Mbivu, Emmanuel Kipto of NYS, Gilbert Koech Kibiwot, Brian Kipkirui, Dixon Rawino, and Dismas Kiptanui of Central. That is the lineup for the 400 meters decathlon race. A sizable crowd here at the Ulinzi Sports Complex, enjoying the afternoon sun. And of course, it's not yet Valentine, but athletes enjoying themselves here. Even couples having a day out here at the Ulinzi Sports Complex. And if you're joining us, this is day one, the decathlon race, the men's decathlon race. Still coming up, Bismarck Soy, Edwin Kering, Stephen Mutunga Mbivu, Emmanuel Kipto, Gilbert Koech, Kibiwot, and Brian Kipkurui, Dixon Rawino, and Dismas Kiptanui. Also in the lineup here for the 400 meters decathlon race. And Victor, you've been out and about out there. Maybe what's the mood? What's the talk of town? What's the talk of the stadium?
People are excited, especially with the beaming of images on the screen. You can see people have already begun pairing. And in athletics, any athletics event, you can see people have come with their families, with their children. So this is indeed an outing, considering that our schools are on a break, they're on midterm. So people have come, and with the clearing up of the weather, because remember in the morning it was very chilly. So now the sun is out and people are taking advantage of this situation as an outing. Others are just dancing, taking a jig to the music that is blazing from the stadium. You can see some of them there dancing, well kitted. That is from the police team. And you see now, after seeing himself on the screen, he has added some flair. It's like someone who's on overdrive. He's turbocharged. They seem to even have some uniformity. But basically in athletics, we also talk about genetics. You can tell where someone comes from when you look at their dancing style, perhaps.
They say utamu mbio ni medals, and that is what Kenya is known for. Yeah, the World Athletics Championships coming up, of course, in September, Tokyo, Japan. Tonight, there's the 1 mile race, and Faith Kipyegon will be attempting to be the first woman to run under 4 minutes in that. It will be held in Paris, and a lot of hype around it reminds me of Eliud Kipchoge, the 1:59 race. What are your expectations tonight, and maybe what do you think will be the scope of this one?
I know it is very doable for Faith. She's had a clean season. Even the previous season last year was okay. So for me, it's very doable. And looking at her making that record, we are equally welcoming it here back in Kenya. I understand that there is a contingent of Kenyan professionals who are part of that mission, including Barnabas Korir from Athletics Kenya, and also some members of parliament. Also some of our own colleagues went there to just ensure they'll see and bear witness of what Faith is going to do a few hours from now. Greg, we can see also there are some people cashing in on business. There's a lady there who's selling some fruit juice.
He's called Mr. Catonon, a DCI officer, enjoying himself here. Of course, part of the crowd here at the Ulinzi Sports Complex. Just a small health break because we have the 400 meters decathlon coming up, the likes of Bismarck in that one. And of course, I saw this man having some chapodondo at the restaurant. And of course, topping up with some nuts and of course, some good music here at the Ulinzi Sports Complex. This is going to be a very memorable afternoon that started really with a different kind of weather, not what you are used to in the AMs. That is a few showers here in Nairobi. You can see the National Police Service enjoying themselves. Of course, they've done really well in the middle distance races, talking about the 400 meters and of course the relays. And that is something that is very remarkable, and just something that happened during the day. Mary Mora beating Esther Mbagari to win the 4x400 meters mixed relays race. Of course, the prison department was leading before Mary was handed over the baton, and that proved very pivotal because she just reminds us of what she's made of. Remember, she says that she wants to do a double at the World Athletics Championships, maybe do the 400 and then do the 800 meters. We'll wait to see if that's possible. Of course, she is the current Olympic champion. Mary Mora finished second in the in Oregon in the 800 meters, and we just wait to see what she's capable of doing. Can she do a double? That is Mary Moran. Of course, the National Youth Service athletes also trying out. Some of them, you know, dancing stars differ, as you say, from where one comes from. There's some who just jump and some who really who and that is, and a message there, and those are Kenya Defence Forces officers also watching proceedings here at their home turf. Beautiful images there.
They are actually complaining because our colleague here, Alan, decided to give them a different shot from the one that was beaming, so they were not seeing themselves. But now, since they're seeing themselves on the screen, the police team has equally come out strong with a contingent of cheering squad. And it's adding them some encouragement, giving them some gusto to just cheer and dance and have a jig and shake a leg in this sunny afternoon here at the Ulinzi Sports Complex. You can see the guy there. Utamiwambio ni jasho na medal. Indeed, Kenyan quotes that people coin them. They're very catchy indeed. And the DJ is also not relenting. The DJ is also adamant. He wants to keep these guys up their feet. And you can see the crowd is, the dancing crowd, rather cheering crowd is increasing by the number. Indeed, everyone has a very different style. I hope probably this could also be part of training. Probably the guy in a red and black jacket. Is this a drill? Is this part of training, perhaps for his leg work? You can see his shoulders. I can see there.
He's moving the beats in the wrong way. It's moving the beats the wrong way, but that's his style. An entertainment break there, of course, as we wait for the last two events of the day. The Decathlon, Bismarck Soy, Edwin Kering, Stephen Mutunga Mbivia, Emmanuel Kipto, Gilbert Koech, Kibiwot, Brian Kipkirui, and of course there is Dismas Kiptanui. The women relay 4x100 meters will also happen after this.
Greg, you know the IAAF rules or the World Athletics rules dictate that when a 400-meter athlete runs on the first day, they're only allowed to run once. Remember, they have run the hits in this one and they have run the semi. And the delay you are witnessing right now is because what is next is the 4x400 meters. That means they will have run 4 times, not even 3 times. Remember, some of them have run the 4x400 meters mixed relay. That will be 4 400s in one day. That is totally against the World Athletic rules. That is why we are experiencing this delay. The athletes are complaining at the courtroom that they do not want to run the 4x400 meters relay.
Just on behalf of the viewer, what might happen after this? Will they eventually give in and run, or they actually decide to postpone this to tomorrow as we are used to?
Remember, they also have to run the 4x400 meters final tomorrow. If they run, they've run the hits, they have run the mixed relay, they have run the semi. When they accept to run this one, most of them will pull out of the, will be pulling from the 4x400 meters mixed, and they will miss in the final. As you've seen, a casualty there is Boniface Mweresa, who was just pulled in the 400 meters semi-final. So the delay we're witnessing right now is courtesy of the 4x400 meters for both men. So the athletes are just requesting, let us shove this and run the semi-finals tomorrow, and the winner can be picked on time. This is just one of the requests for the athlete representative, Milka Chemos.
Milka Chemos, of course, is the athlete representative, and of course, the grievances are genuine, they are factual, and of course, something you cannot run away from. And this is something that also, of course, has to be addressed because it's stretching the athletes quite a little bit. You can see some of them already suffered casualties with the likes of Boniface Mweresa not able to finish the 400 meter semi-final number 2, which is very, very unfortunate. But overall, we wait for the direction from the officials, and we will be having a conclusive reply to this. So we await for the direction, because I understand the athletes are up in arms, because running 404 times in a day is quite stretching and of course stressing. As you can see, the muscles of the likes of Mweresa stressed a little bit, and of course field events also underway. That is the pole vault, and there was a suggestion of that's Winnie Lagat, of course. She's not successful in that jump. Of course, she's looking at herself like, what else could I have done? And look at how she's walking, very devastated. But then field events also coming up. There's the discus, of course, as we move on. Coach Hillary, I know there are a lot of things that are happening on outside there, in the call room and everywhere.
Yes, and just before I reach the call room, that is Winnie Lagat from the Kenya Police. Remember, Winnie is also an African champion in weightlifting, and also has gone to the Commonwealth Games representing Kenya in the weightlifting category. And remember something in this pole vault, Greg and Vic. Remember, your head has to face the ground and your legs has to face the sky if you really want to succeed in this. When you're going up, when you want to jump the barrier, your legs should be facing the sky and your head should be facing the ground. So that is what we need to achieve in this as a country. We just get somebody who can accept to be flipped upside down. As we wait for the men and women 4x400 meters relay. I don't know if we'll have this event now or we'll have it to be postponed tomorrow. Either that has to be run today or the 4x100 meters. Another option is just have these events tomorrow based on times in the semifinals. Remember, this is a 2-day event that was affected by yesterday's maandamano. So it was supposed to be a 3-day event running from Wednesday to Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, but it has been cut down to 2 days.
That's KDF's Nora Jepto. Ready to take a jump in this pole vault. Concentration, top notch. She knows she can actually do this. Just waiting to see if she can actually clear the hurdle. She cannot. So Nora Jepto, that's a no jump. That is Nora Jepto with a no jump in the pole vault. That is Winnie Jelagat of police, aiming to have another go in this pole vault women final. That is Winnie Jelagat. Concentrated before that run on track, before jumping that vault. And she is unsuccessful yet again for the second time in her second attempt. Result from the long jump final. If I could get them again, the results from the long jump final, which took place earlier on in the day. Valerie Chepkoech finished 9th, posting jumping. Faith Jepkemoi, 6.06 meters. Not really bad, quite some commendable jump there. Martha Monyenche of KDF, 5.90 meters. Ida Jep Korir, 5.85. Gloria Mulei, Lilian Mapenzi, Faith Chepkemoi, Naomi Mwangi, and Gloria Jebet Kurgat in that order. In course, 6.06 is the time, and now that is Nora Jepto trying out and unsuccessful again in the women pole vault final. That is Nora Jepto, and I'm being informed that we might actually have the 4x100 meters semi-final. So waiting for the signal for the start of the 4x100 meters women semi-final. Winnie Langat unsuccessful yet again. Very experienced, born on 3rd of July 1988.
That is the men's decathlon. That is the 400 meters for the men's decathlon. On the lead, we have Gilbert Koech Kibiwot of the National Police Service. But slowly catching in, we have Emmanuel Kipto of NYS now on the lead. Kipto negotiating the car very well. They can see him powering on. There seems to be competition on lane coming from lane number 1 from KDF. That is Edwin Kering. However, Kipto seems to be charging on. Kipto charging on, and Kipto just crossed the line in position number 1. Remember, this gentleman will take part in 10 events. Seems to be some burning there. It's taking toll on the athletes. It's long, Greg, since we saw such a charged crowd. Just want to applaud the police team with the cheering squad. Big up our friend from DCI. They are from Pangani DCI, just leading the charges in terms of cheering and hyping up the crowd. You can see some of the officials there walking there. There goes Milka Chemosa walking past the entertainment podium, dancing to her favorite tunes. As the athletes for the 4x1 relay get ready anytime from now. This is just to bring you up to speed. This is the Athletics Kenya National Championships coming to you live from the Ulinzi Sports Complex. You can see clear skyline of the city under the sun. That is Nairobi. And indeed, Greg, yesterday was something else. I don't know in what capacity did you take part. Were you a keyboard warrior? Were you on the streets, perhaps trying your athleticism, your athletics prowess? And the results for the men's decathlon, we have Bismarck so in position number 1, 49.39 seconds. Emmanuel Kipto, 49.40 seconds. Edwin Kering, 50.14 seconds. Dismas Kiptano in 4th position. 5th was Stephen Mutunga. Gilbert Koech from Police, and Brian Kipkurui and Edwin Kipchumba of KDF did not start.
You asked where I was. I was participated in another way.
As a keyboard warrior?
I was actually buying bundles for those who was purchasing bundles for those who are racing. But this 4x100 meters relay semi-final promises to be something else, because you look at the lineups, of course, plenty of potential. That's the man from Northeastern, running in lane number 3. Wait for the lineup. NYS, of course, also in the mix. KDF. KATI in lane number 2. Northeastern in lane number 3. Then we have NYS in lane number 4. That's Duncan Ochieng. It's KDF in lane number 7. Nyanza North in lane number 1. So KATTI in lane number 2, Northeastern in lane number 3, NYS in lane number 4. In lane number 5, Central Rift KDF in lane number 6. And we are ready for action. So Nyanza North in lane number 1. Lane number 2 is KATTI. Northeastern in lane number 3. NYS in lane number 4. Central Rift in lane number 5. And KDF in lane number 6. 13 minutes to 4 o'clock East African time. It is the 4x100 men relay semi-final. It is KDF in lane number 6. So it is a team event. And we are waiting to see who will actually carry the day in this first semi-final of the 400 meters men relay. 4x4, 4x100 meters men relay. This is semi-final number 1. And off they go smoothly, the crowd cheering. Of course, KDF, the favorites in this one. And they have that fast changeover very nicely. And off they go. That is Stephen Onyango. Off he goes very smoothly. North Central Rift trying so hard. NY struggling a little bit together with Northeastern. But then it is KDF in the third changeover. Very nicely being cheered home. They are running away with this. And now it is time to bring the baton home. It is KDF. It is Zablon Ekwam steaming away to win this one. Look at the distance between Ekwam and the rest of the field. That is huge. That is big. That is impressive. That is amazing. Zablon Ekwam bringing the baton home in first position. So KDF winning this first semi-final of the 4x100 meters semi-final. Zablon Ekwam on your screens. He literally flew away. Meshak Babu did really well in the third changeover to ensure that they maintained that healthy lead, but then it was all about KDF heading into the home straight, and Zablon Ekwam taking over from Meshak Babu actually did the rest. And now it's time for semi-final number 2 of the 4x100 meters men. Expect fireworks from police and, of course, prisons, who also have a very good 4x100 meters team. That is the man from prisons. So time for semi-final number 2 as they adjust the blocks. The universities in lane number 7. Prisons will be running in lane number NYS will be running in lane number 6. Prisons in lane number 5. KDF 2, it's Coast in lane number 4. In lane number 3 is Police. Waiting to see who will be running in lane number 1 and 2. Hesbon. So Nairobi will be running in lane number 6 with universities in lane number 7. So Prisons, Police, favorites to make it to the final of this 4x100 men relay semi-final number 2. Expect fireworks from the likes of Meshach, the likes of Hesbon Ocheng or Prisons, who also have a very good team when it comes to the sprints. And off they go very nicely. You look at how they've lined up. Watch out for Police and of course Prisons. And let's see who has the first changeover. Nairobi doing really well in lane number 7, but then Kenya Police trying so hard. The National Police Service, they are in the lead currently. It is Hesbon in for the Prisons. Nairobi versus Prison also very, very impressive coming into the last changeover. Who will hand over the baton first? It is Police steaming away in this one. It is Prison coming in, but then it will be Police. Wow. This is very impressive. So Kenya Police in 1. Prisons 2, and of course Nairobi in 3rd place in this second semi-final of the 400 meters. So National Police Service will join KDF in the final. Prisons are also en route to the final, and of course Nairobi doing extremely well to take 3rd position in that semi-final. And now it's time for the 4x400 meters relay semi-final number 1. As usual, we expect teams from Nairobi to be competing in this one. There is National Police Service, so waiting for the announcement. KATTI is also in the mix. Central Rift also in the mix. So KTTI will be running in so we wait for the lineup of this 4x400 meter semi-final number 1. Remember, the likes of KDF are in semi-final number 2. It is police in lane number 3, National Police Service, adjusting the blocks. Nairobi in lane number 5. NPS with 2 teams in this. We need to confirm that in a bit. So it's KTTI in lane number 6. Goes to semi-finals in this 4x400 meters. So we await for the start of this race, the semi-final number 1 in the 4x400 meters men. Of course, Kenya Police dominating the hammer throw during this national championships. Roslyn Nyanchama of Kenya Police throwing a distance of 55.64 meters. Rebecca Kerubo of Kenya Police, of course, coming in second, 48.69 meters. And Nancy Kanini, 48.03 meters. Results from the women hammer throw final. And that's the takeoff in the 4x400 meters. Central Rift in lane number 3, in lane number 2, as they navigate through that. And Central Police and Police, Central Rift and Police, of course, in lane number 3 and 4. And right now it's Police in the lead. KATTI making sure that they stay ahead, and they'll be handing over the baton for the first time in this one. So it's KATTI in the lead. Currently Police tracking in very nicely. Central Rift trying so hard to ensure that they stick in within, but it's now a police affair as they assume the lead for the first time here in this first semi-final. It is police 1, KATTI 2 as they take the inside lane. So it is police currently leading the way. Nairobi in third place as they head to the second changeover. It is police on the home straight. Nairobi now occupying second place. Quite a bit of confusion there, but then it is still police in the lead. KTTI, Kenya Technical Institutions. Nairobi closing in second. There was a little bit of miscommunication between the police sprinters, and now Nairobi have seized the advantage and closing in the gap. It is getting really close. Central Rift trying so hard to bridge the gap between police and Nairobi, but police trying so hard to ensure that they don't stumble this time round as they head to the home straight for the last changeover. Nairobi struggling a little bit. Oh, just faded out on that one, but it's now police in one. On the last changeover, it is smooth. This time round, it is police stretching that lead. Central Rift trying so hard to make sure that they stay afloat, but they've been whizzed past. It is police in cruise control of this one. It will be a police affair. Will they see to the end? Hopefully, no hiccups this time round. It is police checking off his shoulder to. But then look at Nairobi from the outside. They want to make it to the final. They will finish third, but then it's National Police Service who have won this first semi-final of the 4x400 meters. Prisons in lane number 6. Southern in lane number 4. So it's the 4x400 meters men relay, semi-final number 2.
Well, indeed, it has been an action-packed day here at the Ulinzi Sports Complex at the first day of the Athletics Kenya Championships being held today. Greg, what is your take home after seeing what has happened today here at the Ulinzi Complex?
A good day of athletics, of course. Action-packed, and of course, hopeful that tomorrow we'll have a better day and, of course, better records, because what we've seen today has just given us hope that tomorrow might even be better. In the 400 meters, 3 personal best times recorded in the semifinals. So that has been one of the highlights of this one. But yet again, of course, the discipline and of course the competition has been top-notch, and everything that comes with this. But of course, we can't say goodbye without appreciating the production crew and everyone else who participated in this one. See you tomorrow on day 2 of the National Championships 2025. And of course, it is Road to Tokyo. For us, it's just to say goodbye and take care. See you tomorrow, being a Friday.
Well, thank you, Greg. From me, Victor Ogale, it is a goodbye, and my take home is the team from Northeastern. I like what they did, and they should keep doing that. And also a big up to Timetronics for giving us the best standard world-class times. Goodbye. See you tomorrow.